This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys?
Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house!
Get out of the house! Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Red Recover can maximize your efforts by potentially improving cellular metabolism, blood circulation, and muscle recovery. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well out there on a beautiful Wednesday. A show that is mastered by the one and only Sean Stanley. Yes, sir. Hope you all are well. There we go. Red Recover, a brand new sponsor of our program. Remember I told you guys about that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. Anyways, we'll get into that. But anyway, good morning. We got a lot of things. Man, we have a loaded all-star show for you today. I mean, it is just sick what we got going on for you. Wednesdays has become like a monster day now on the program. The middle of the week, we start with our Sloman's Inside the Paint show, which will start off at 9 this morning between Ira and Clay. So they'll get into all the hot and heavy stuff with the Heat, what's going to happen this offseason, the reactions from the loss, everything else going on in the NBA. You'll get that for an hour. Then we're going to, normally it's Ian Rappaport. He's going to join us on Thursday, actually. But normally you would get Ian Rappaport. Then Matt Verderam's going to join us at 11 o'clock. Looking forward to talking to Matt. And he's going to join us every Wednesday at 11 o'clock with our, of course, redrecover.com. NFL look there. So we'll have some fun with Matt and redrecover.com, a brand new sponsor of our program. Brand new sponsor of the program, not brand new to me because I've been using it for a while. But that's kind of the idea. You can't represent something until you actually use it and try it and then say, hey, yeah, it works. I showed you my hair growth, right? So, it works. So, yeah, I you know me. If you've followed me for 32 years, I'm big on actually using the products. Too many people, they'll do commercials. They don't really use the products. They don't really drive the cars. They don't, whatever, all that kind of stuff. That's not who I am. That's never who I've been. You know what I mean? But taking Nature B for 20 years, that's why I can tell you about Nature B. That's kind of the idea. Acura, well, we've had 3 of them already in our house. So, it's just, It's one of those deals. Can't wait for the electric Acura next summer. That's what I'm waiting for. It's my next car. Anyway, so redrecover.com, great new sponsors of our show. And they are sponsoring a couple of segments. Matt Verderam's segment at 11 o'clock. Anthony Chang. So, normally you get Ian Rappaport today. You're going to get him tomorrow. Normally you would have gotten Anthony Chang yesterday, but because of the heat and the players talking at the same time of his appearance, we pushed it to today. So you're going to have a nice heavy dose of basketball today with the guys going over for an hour, and then Anthony Chang's going to come in at noon with our liquor split Miami Heat report. He's going to give us his thoughts on what he, obviously ended up dealing with yesterday with the players and writing and all that good stuff. Jordan Schultz, our buddy, we've had him on the show several times. And Jordan, I've always been a big fan of Jordan and a friend of his. And so you're going to get a weekly segment now with Jordan Schultz. The Schultz Report is what's going to happen at 12:30. We'll go around the NFL and NBA because he breaks stories in the NFL and the NBA. He's an insider and analyst for both. So that's the beauty. Year-round, we'll be able to have him for either basketball or football. He does a podcast with CJ McCollum, which, by the way, CJ McCollum now is starting a little stint there with ESPN. So CJ, Schultz, they're together and all that. Jordan, by the way, broke the story recently of Melvin Ingram signing with the Miami Dolphins. He's breaking either NFL stories, NBA stories all the time. So we will have a national insider now exclusively to us here in South Florida in Jordan Schultz at 12:30. Craig Mish will be joining us at 1 o'clock every Wednesday now. So now we'll go around Major League Baseball and the Marlins. 1 o'clock with Craig Mish and our Welt and Rayom batters box. So we will step into the batters box with Craig Mish at 1 o'clock. How about that? That is a freaking loaded ass show. That's loaded. All right. That is what you want right there, baby. It's crazy stuff. Anyways, good morning to all. We are ready. Speaking of Mish and baseball, I saw Michelle Kaufman's article, and I got a smile about it because I kind of find it, it's like, it's the same old story, but it's kind of like you get, in our town, because if you didn't read it in the Herald, Michelle Kaufman was writing about how Inter Miami is 28th in attendance, and so are the Marlins. So Marlins are just third to last in majors, and Inter Miami is the last in the major in attendance in Major League Soccer. That is 12,821, and that's probably being generous because it's may not even be that many people that really show up to the games. But what do you expect? You get what you deserve in this town. That's just the way it is. Look, I've talked about this for many years. The days of discretionary income out there and people have it and they can just, purchase season tickets and automatically will purchase the next year and all that. Those days are done, dude. They're done. If they're going to commit to you, it's because you committed to them. That's it. And the Marlins have yet to commit to winning. As much as I watch them and support them, and I want Sherman to succeed, but you got to have deeper pockets, my man. I want Kim Eng to succeed, but you got to give her a checkbook. I can never measure whether Kim Eng is ever going to be a good general manager of a team if the woman doesn't have a checkbook. It's impossible. Listen, I'm not asking you to spend like the Cubs and the Dodgers and the Red Sox. I know you can't do that. I get that. But you got to be the next level. You got to be somewhere in the middle, and you got to be able to spend some. And you haven't done it. You haven't brought any stars. So, when I read Michelle's article, I have to laugh because the answer's right there staring you in your face. Marlins have made no commitment to winning, and Inter Miami has been an outright disaster. She writes that they're 5-2-2 in their last 9 games, which is true, but that's only idiots like me that follow the team. Suckers like me that love soccer no matter what. I support Miami FC, the Strikers, you name it. It doesn't matter. I support him or she. I just got my him or she jersey in the mail just, what was it, like 2 months ago? I support Miami Beach FC. I support all of the local soccer teams. But I'm in the minority. That's just like the people that show up for Inter and the people that show up for the Marlins. They're hardcore. You're not going to take those people away. But it's, what have you done for everything else? And so when I read Michelle's article about attendance, it's an old story here. The Miami Heat gets attendance because they earned it. They earned everybody's trust. Good years, bad years, people are going to stick with the Heat. Dolphins are still living off of the Shula years and the generations that are carrying that. And then there's this young generation that's kind of masochistic and actually has stuck to them. But they spend every year. They try. They try to get the fancy coach. They try to get the free agents. They're trying to win, so people will commit. See what I'm saying? That's part of it. There has to be a commitment from that side of the organization. And baseball has yet to do that. And then on the soccer side, you've been an absolute disaster. And now that they're playing well with unknowns. So if you want to get the fringe fans and the people on the fence, they don't know soccer. So they don't know Leo Campana. They don't know Lassiter. They don't even know that he's the son of Ariel Lassiter, the former Fusion player. But only an idiot like me knows that because I follow, soccer since I was a child in this town. So you're not going to win me over because you won me over already. But when I read that article, the Inter Miami gets what they deserve. They're supposed to be 28th. You suck. You've done everything wrong. You signed 5 DPs illegally, and all 5 DPs sucked. Think about that one. Marinate on that one. So that's why you have to write articles about Messi, because that's the only way you're going to get those other people to come. So until you start winning, like winning big, then maybe you'll get people over. Until the Marlins start spending, and I'm not saying Los Angeles Dodgers spending, but you got to go buy a couple of people as a core. You'll keep writing those articles. I'm 55 and we keep writing these articles. And we keep writing these articles because there's no dedication. The Panthers slowly have built up their attendance because they are dedicated. They have proven it. They're not getting over the hump, the players, but the ownership and front office are proving that they're dedicated and trying to win. The Heat are trying to win. The Dolphins, while they're not winning, they're trying like crazy every year. And fans see that. You got to make an effort, dude. You got to make an effort. And until those teams make efforts, I know Inter now has got the fines and the restrictions. It's not that Moss is not going to try. Of course, his crazy ass is going to try. The man wants to win. I know he does. It's just they made a shit ton of mistakes. But when you read that article, it's like, I love Michelle, but, the Marlins are getting what they deserve. And Inter Miami gets what they deserve. When either you're incompetent or you're not dedicated to winning, you're not going to get support in this town. But the Heat can actually have a down year or two and still get the killer support because the trust is there. It's a different ball game. All right, let's have some fun. Let's bring the boys aboard before we get ready for a little inside the paint. Our Sloman's inside the paint. There he is. Good morning, gents. How are you all?
Doing good. It hits you sort of like it's a ton of bricks when it's over. You go from 1,000 miles an hour to what's going on to what the injury report is every single hour to all of a sudden, okay, exhale now. And I think yesterday when you finally walk out of that room at a FTX Arena and Spo spoke and 5 players spoke and you knew who wasn't going to speak, that's when you finally sort of exhale and then sort of all soak it back in. It's like, holy crap, that's been an incredible 8-month run.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's what I would ask you guys before we go into the show, just to do a little crossover here. When you go to the plate, you have 3 strikes. And so back in 06, you brought it back at 07 and you struck out. 31-10, you brought it back and you struck out. Spo talked a little bit about bringing this back, and maybe that's what he has to say. And he also followed up with he understands the business and all that good stuff. Would you strike out if you're the Miami Heat and you bring this back? Is it
Clay,
fixed,
I'll let you go first.
or is it too broken still to bring it back the way it is?
We'll get into more details on this, but I don't think you can run back the exact same group. And I think a big reason, but I mean, first off, Victor Oladipo is going to get money elsewhere, and I think that you have to find ways to get that sort of production back. But I also think you can't necessarily rely on guys in their mid to late 30s again to be the core pieces and then be shocked when their bodies fail them in the playoffs. And so I think there's some things that they're going to have to make some serious decisions about, either if they keep these guys on the roster and then kind of change how they approach it, or if they start to look elsewhere and see what big fish or whales may be out there in the offseason.
And my thought would be this. 1, you're a 1 3-point attempt away from being in the finals. Keep perspective about this notion of failure. Like what we say, that every year there's only one team that doesn't feel like it failed because it won the championship. You have to step back a little. 2, you can't keep making blockbuster moves every single season. When they won the first championship, they got Shaquille O'Neal one off season. They made secondary moves the second off season. Antoine Walker, Jason Williams, James Posey. They brought in supporting players. So you can do that. When they had the 10-31, the 31-10, or 11-30, whatever it was that year, if you were casting your future at James Johnson and Dion Waiters, and Tyler Hero and those kind of players at that point anyway, I think you were overthinking it and you were hoping and reaching and grasping because you still were a 500 team. But you can't keep. You got Jimmy Butler 2 years ago. Massive deal, massive acquisition. Had to trade Hassan Whiteside, had to trade first-round picks, had to trade Josh Richardson. Last summer, same kind of deal. Gave up Precious Achiuwa, Goran Dragic. Huge deal for Kyle Lowry. Those deals don't come consistently every year. So what I just sort of posited in my Ask Ira this morning at sunsentinel.com, I think there's only one trade package you can make. And Clay and I will get into this. You can package Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson's contract and the number 27 pick in this year's draft and see what you can get. And you owe it to yourselves and you owe it to your fans to say, could this get us Bradley Beal? Could this get us Donovan Mitchell? Could this get us Damian Lillard if we want it? So I think you have to consider those possibilities, but you can't keep swinging for the fences every time. Oh, yours is a perfect example. You swing for the fences every time, you wind up like Giancarlo Stanton, and you get a crap ton of strikeouts because you can't keep playing that game also. Not every swing is going to be the Jimmy Butler home run. You know what? You do that. You throw too much into one of these packages. You go beyond Hero. You go beyond Duncan. You go beyond that first-round pick. Then all of a sudden you're just chasing your tail. So what?
Yeah, and then who are you? And then who are you, Ira? You're the Lakers. You just gave up all your good role players.
Perfect example of Harrell and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Kuzma and what they did in the offseason. So I think at some point you got to sit back, and that's what I talked about, this exhale and then the inhale and take it all in. You're not in a bad place. You're right up there with the Sixers and the Bucks and the Celtics, and then you take it from there. You are getting older, but you're also staying younger with Bam, with Hero, with Yurtsevin, with Vincent. So it's not like those other Heat teams. That 2007 Heat team, that team just aged out across the board. I don't even remember. Were there any young players besides Dwayne Wade on that team? Remember, they had just traded Caron Butler. That's the difference. That was an old team where there was no plan B. There was no young guys. God bless him. There was Kasib Powell. There was Stefan Lazme. There was like just whatever. We got nothing. So, I do think this is a little different scenario.
All right, there we go. Let's find out more over the next hour with our Sloman's Inside the Paint show, exclusively right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome to the show that we did not want to be doing, or at least I didn't want to be doing on this Wednesday. I wanted to be previewing the NBA Finals in Game 1. I wanted Ira to be in his hotel out in the Bay Area, getting up way before the crack of dawn on the West Coast.
6 in the morning, sure.
Way too early that anybody should actually be up. But look, I mean, this is where we're at, and I thought we had a good crossover talk. And I do want to get into a lot of the offseason stuff. And by the way, we're going to have weeks and months to talk about that because I know everybody loves the transaction in the NBA just as much as the action, but we will get into some of that today. But I want to start with what we saw, Ira, not just in these playoffs, but I want to start specifically with Game 7. And there are a few things about that game that have caused a lot of debate over the last few days. And I feel like since we're so close to it, I want to get to it now and kind of move on. And by the way, guys, you do us a great favor by hitting the like button, smashing the like button. We appreciate that. Drop your questions, your comments along the way. And also make sure to check out Ira. Ira has some great stuff up right now. I love the piece that you wrote about the gentleman who would DVR every game and then watch it the next morning because he was the caregiver for his wife. And I mean, just really good stuff up there and kind of some stuff that I think as the sting of Game 7 wears off, you'll get to appreciate a little bit more as a reader and a fan. Let's start with Game 7, Ira. And I want to start at the end. And I'm just going to ask you this. And you tell me, we haven't rehearsed this. When Jimmy Butler is driving down and he crosses half court and you see him stop and you know what's coming next, what is the first thought in your head?
And I'll be honest. The first thought in my head is, what the hell is he thinking? What the hell is he doing? Why is he doing that? And then I'm watching the flight of the ball, literally seeing an entire season. You know, when you watch those shows and some characters about to have their demise and how they show the flashback over their lives and what happened in years and the children and the marriage and all that. And it's almost like while the ball was in the air, I'm thinking back to the October start of the season. I'm thinking back to COVID. I'm thinking back to when Mario Chalmers was signed. Literally, like I'm having that flashback scene while the ball is arcing toward the rim. And honestly, when I think it's on the way in. So at the moment, and there are two different emotions here, Clay, I was like, what the hell is he doing? And if you're around me, I sort of blurt out loud, you know, mindlessly as if I'm sitting still on my couch at home. But I will say this. But after the fact, when I synthesize it, because unlike you and TV, when it has to be immediate, or Jack's calling the game on radio, Eric Reed or Mike Breen, Mark Jones in this case, when they have to have an immediate reaction, and I pulled back. So I pulled back a little bit, and I said to myself, that was not a horrible play. That was not a decidedly, 100% wrong play, because at most it would have tied the game, and Boston would have had 11 seconds left to run the final play. Pretty good at getting in the foul line, that team.
If you'd gone for two, right?
If you'd gone for two and Al Horford scored, got fouled, as long as it wasn't a three-point play. Or you would have gone to overtime when your team was injured and exhausted, and they still had the better scorers out there, especially in that game, in Tatum, Brown, and to a lesser degree, Marcus Smart also. So in retrospect, when I wrote and I pulled back a little, not a horrible play. I get it. I get the reasoning. I can understand from a player's ego standpoint why. In the moment, it was total shock value.
It's funny, and this is why I think sometimes this show can be a little bit tepid, because I think we agree so much. And just kind of take you guys behind the curtain, the way we staffed Game 7, Will Mansell was out at the arena, and then we had a bunch of news reporters gathered all over South Florida to potentially cover pots and pans coverage, everybody out celebrating. So we needed a fail safe, and I was the fail safe. I was back at the studio in case something went wrong, and they needed somebody to tap dance for a while and fill time, because if you've ever heard or watched me on here, you know that I can ramble and fill as much time as humanly possible. So I'm sitting there in the newsroom with our producer, David Lang, and literally when Jimmy stops, I go, "Oh, Jimmy, what the bleep are you doing?" I mean, and I said it out loud. And I mean, he's sitting across, so like he can vouch for me on this. So what you were thinking, I literally said out loud where everybody in the newsroom could hear me. Now, the difference between you and me is, as the days have subsided, like I still feel like, Jimmy, what the bleep are you doing? And it's not, and I look, full stop here. I wish we could have more nuance and conversation in this day and age, because it feels like if you say one thing, you're critical of one thing, then people jump on your case and say, Jimmy Butler was the best player in these playoffs. Jimmy Butler was the only reason there was a Game 7. Jimmy Butler was everything you could ever possibly want. This does not at all detract from his playoff run and what he did this season and what he's done so far in his Miami Heat career. I just wanted in that moment for him to not do the thing late in games that he had done all season long, which is settle for the three-point jump shot. And this is something that people have said, you go back and forth with people and they say, oh, well, he made that same shot in the first half. No, he didn't. The shot he made in the first half, he walked into, and it was more of a set shot. This was a running full speed, stop, off balance, jump shot. Now, he was going towards the basket, so it wasn't like he was fading away. So, Ira, to me, it kind of, every game this year that was close where Jimmy took one of those shots, I think you and I, if we came on here and we talked about it, it was like, oh, well, that's just because it's the regular season. In the playoffs, he's going to do what he did in Game 1 in Milwaukee last year, which is attack the basket. And I get what you're saying as far as overtime goes. I would counter with, yes, you may have been tired. Yes, they may have had the better scores. Man, if you're Boston, and you've had so many choke jobs at the end of games this year, how are you going to get through the next 5 minutes? And I really love the momentum that the Heat would have had. And then I'm going to end it with this one. If Jimmy Butler drives, there are a few possible outcomes. Okay. Number one, he goes directly at Al Horford. And look, I know Scott Foster is not going to call that foul. If he attacks Al Horford and Al Horford hits him in a way that alters the shot, they're going to call the foul. It's Al Horford against Jimmy Butler. They're going to call the foul. Number two, I think he had a better chance of getting an old three-point play the old-fashioned way by driving to the basket, getting fouled, and getting it to go than he did of hitting that shot. And number three, you saw Jason Tatum over in the corner. Jason Tatum had two choices. Either he comes over and he helps Al Horford, shades over a little bit, and then you've got a wide open Max Strus three in the corner, which I'm taking my chance. Jimmy Butler's your best player by far. I would rather have a Max Strus largely uncontested corner three-pointer than a Jimmy Butler wing three-pointer stop, pop.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there because I have done this dance too many times. Okay, let's go to option three. Okay, option one, he drives, he gets a layup, we're tied.
I know where you're going with this.
The other, you know what? And the other, so let's say he drives, gets a layup, he scores. Horford says, I can't foul. Okay, I get that, Clay. I would bet you when you watch, because we see these ESPN game trackers probabilities. So one team with the ball in a tie game with 11 seconds to go is in a very good probability position. You would agree that versus the other team.
Yeah.
With the ball, 11 seconds to go, not having to shoot till end. Okay, so if he scores, he does that. Three-point play possibility, possible, but with the foul, he might not get the basket. And then you have two of those, oh my God, he's got to make both these free throws. And I don't care how tough a guy you are and how perfect you are with the line, it still can be a little shaky. But what you mentioned is option number three. This would have been so much of a better show for this reason if that happened. Clay, I have lived this. Why did he pass the ball? I lived 4 years of LeBron James of that. Why did he pass the ball? You're LeBron James. If Jimmy Butler drives, gets Al Horford on him, draws Jason Tatum in from the corner, Max Strus is standing there, and he kicks the ball out. Because when we'd hear these words after the game, it was the proper basketball play. And Max Strus doesn't make that three. Oh my God. Our summer would have been, it's Jamal Mashburn all of a sudden passing the ball to Clarence Weatherspoon again. It's LeBron not taking the shot and making the right basketball play, and Stephen A. Smith bloviating, Michael Jordan would shoot that shot every time. Michael Jordan's not passing. No, that would have been the worst outcome. It would have been the best Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show without a question, but I just think that couldn't have been an option. So I can understand your number one, go take the shot, get the two. Number two, drive hard, maybe get the three-point play or 2 free throws. But oh my God, if Jimmy Butler drove and kicked, got 2 on him, the right basketball play, fed out to an open Max Strus, the right basketball play, and Max Strus didn't hit the 3, holy crap. Our world would be different. The earth would be all of a sudden spinning the other direction. Lots of stuff would fall off into space. I don't think that ever would have been an option. And honestly, I don't think that ever would have entered Jimmy Butler's consciousness, because that's not what a cold-blooded stone, whatever you want to call it, killer does in that situation. I don't think your number 3 was an option. I could live with 1 and 2. And at the end of the day, I can live with the shot also. Clay, Boston was the better team. Throughout that series, they were the better team. The Heat got 40 burgers from Jimmy to keep it close. They wound up getting Boston sort of, kicking themselves, kicking the ball all around the place. Boston was up 13 with 3.5 minutes to go. But I think at the end of the day, I don't come out of this like I've come out of some other playoff situations. Last year against Milwaukee, holy crap, what did they do? Damn, if only they had Bam and Goran 2020 finals against the Lakers. I sort of come out of this as like, hey, hell of a season.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up 2020, because I will go to my grave thinking they win that series if Bam and Goran are there. I'm going to go to my grave on that, because I think if everybody has their chess pieces, I'm taking Eric Spoelstra over Frank Vogel, and he almost did it anyway. Jimmy Butler almost did it anyway. I will say this in regards to that play by Jimmy Butler. I don't care what Stephen A. Smith would have said. I don't care what anybody else would have said. I know what my eyes say. And that's that every time Jimmy Butler has settled for a late game 3-point shot this year, and since he's been in a Heat uniform, by the way, he misses it. He does not make those shots.
Okay.
And so at what point do you look at it and you stop saying, oh, it's the regular season, he's not going to do that? No, he did it in the playoffs. He did it in the ultimate moment of truth. And why I would have been fine with the Max Strus play is he's your best shooter. He's your best shooter at that point. And you talk about cold-blooded. He had just hit the three-pointer, fadeaway three-pointer
to start the rally.
To cut the game to 2. So I just felt like, and it's not even just about being the right basketball play, so to speak. I'd much rather Max Strus taking a corner three-pointer than Jimmy Butler taking a wing three-pointer. Full stop. Okay. The other option would have been he goes, Jason Tatum does not come over and help. And what do we always talk about? What do we always hear about with star players in the NBA? They have their spots. Jimmy Butler does not have a spot beyond the three-point line. Jimmy Butler has a lot of spots. He has spots he thinks he has, but he doesn't have them. He has a ton of spots inside the three-point line, mid-range. Yeah. And if he gets Al Horford going backwards, which he did, I mean, Al Horford had to, it was almost like he was shocked. He had to reverse course.
That I got a freight train coming at me and I'm out here alone on an island. Correct.
He doesn't necessarily have to go all the way to the basket. He could do a jab step, then quickly go over to the side and find he has one of those spots on the right baseline. I mean, it was wide open and he had 20 seconds. So everything Jimmy Butler did, 99.9% of what he did in this postseason is legendary. I think it's okay to call it. It doesn't make you somebody who's ungrateful or questioning the entire run because you're questioning one decision late in Game 7. So I just think that's me.
And you know what? And I can understand that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to stall for a second. Check the text I just sent you before you do the tease to the next segment.
Because, I saw it, by the way. I saw it.
I figured we have to get into the Max Strus situation and the officiating, and then maybe look at the finals also. So we had something very special planned for you folks, but you're going to have to tune into next week's Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, because this thing is ongoing. So I can guarantee you, as controversial and enjoyable and as much as you've been calling your friends about downloading this podcast, we will take care of you next week with even more of what you want to get to this offseason as well. So, Clay, I'm glad I could text you there rather than deal with our producer and go from there.
So, Canes 1989 asked a question here, and it kind of gets into it's a broader question about the offseason, but I want to hit it right now just while I'm thinking about it, because you mentioned before the break, before the crossover, that the Heat could have a package of Tyler, Duncan, and then a first-round pick.
Yeah, I want to explain to people, there's only so much that he can really put together. They have a lot of incredibly high-end salaries. I saw some speculation this morning. No one is biting on Kyle Lowry at his price point after his playoffs and his season. So my thought is the only cogent, tangible trade package, and we can get to this after the break, is I believe that Tyler Hero, because of the quality of who he is, Duncan Robinson, because of the size of his contract, and the Heat first-round pick, one, because it's a sweetener, two, because the Heat just don't give a rat's butt about first-round picks anyway, traded Precious Achiuwa after, a year, that to me is the package. And now I think what you do is you shop that package around the league while saying, we didn't shop that package around the league. I think that's what you wind up doing next.
Yeah, okay, so this is what I want clarification on. Because what I'm seeing a lot, and actually from very reputable people and reputable sources, is the idea that they can somehow, now they've unlocked the ability to trade up to 3 first-round picks and potentially have 2 pick swaps. What's your understanding on that? Because, look, when we talk about, when we fired up the trade machine in the past and everybody throws players into the mix and blah, 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 this is really fun. And, hey, who says no? Who says no changes a lot when it's 3 first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, because for whatever reason, everybody views first-round picks as gold, somehow overplayed. So what's your understanding on that?
My understanding is right now they're in position to trade 2 future first-round picks because of the consecutive pick rule. So when people are going out to 27, 28, you can't have both of those in play. You could never be without consecutive, more than 1 first-round pick traded. So you can't trade consecutive future first-round picks. Because the Heat pushed back the protection to the Oklahoma City Thunder on the pick owned, they can trade their first-round pick this year or next year, and then 1 at the back end of the 6-year limit. They can do that. In other years, they can do pick swaps. Well, pick swaps, if the Heat go back lottery range or something like that, could have value. If the Heat wind up at the 16 or 17 pick, and they're trading with the team that's dynastic at 28 or 29, like the Warriors or something, it would be a 13-pick move. So you could do that. That's what Brooklyn did with Boston with the Paul Pierce trade when they did that also. The Heat can trade ample trade currency. But all these teams and the players we're talking about, and I know we're hard up against the bump, we'll come with the break, and we'll come back after with this, is all those teams also have to sell something to their fans. We're giving up Bradley Beal because we're getting the promise of Tyler Hero, 6th Man of the Year winner. We're giving up Donovan Mitchell because we're getting the promise of Tyler Hero, 6th Man of the Year award winner. We're giving up Damian Lillard, who's agreed to the trade, or else he wouldn't be traded, because we're giving you this dynamic young guy to put with Anthony Simmons to give you something going for the future. So I think that's still more than what the picks would be, the prime component in the deal. And you're also getting a knockdown 3-point shooter in Duncan Robinson, a specialist more than anything now.
Yeah, and look, I think it's more like, if you tell me, and this is where I try to be realistic when it comes to these deals, right? I try, not the who says no thing. I know we're up against the break, but like, if you're just going to tell me, oh, Tyler Hero for Donovan Mitchell, let's get it. Who says no? Utah says no.
Yes.
But I think, as we've seen over the last few years, teams are valuing these picks. So in addition
to... And you know what? And I know we have to go to the break, and then after you come back to the break, but Bradley Beal for Tyler Hero, who says no, I think it's something even straight up you think about. After the break, we'll get to that.
All right, that and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slowens, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The timeout is over. The Slowman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Slowman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to the show Ira and I did not want to be doing on this Wednesday. I actually, in two ways, because I think we're gonna do off-season grades, and we're gonna do in-season grades, and we're gonna do that next week instead. I kind of wanted to save the off-season discussion, but Ira, I do think that when you're talking about how this playoff run went and then ultimately how it ended, you can't put that in a proper perspective without also saying, okay, how close are we? And I think in some ways you have to say, okay, yeah, you were one shot away, right? I mean, let's just say in Game 7, you were one shot away.
They were.
But Philly is going to be healthier next year. Joel Embiid is going to – and the Heat should be healthier, you would hope. But you've got an older group. And this gets into the last question here in the chat.
You know what? Okay, but Clay, for a second, you don't have an older group because you have two groups. And you have a younger group. And I can give you a younger group that I could throw out on the floor with Omer Yurtseven, who's going to just like you're telling me Philly's going to be better and Milwaukee and Boston to be better. I'm telling you that I have Bam Adebayo, who darn well better be better, and I believe he has the work ethic too. So, but I'm going to move him to power forward. I have Omer Yurtseven, who for 6 weeks was a legitimate NBA stat stuffer. I think you'd agree with that, correct?
Yeah. Wait, okay. I want to see where you're going with this, though.
You have Max Bruce.
Are you starting Yurt?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I can give you the Heat youth lineup of a very competitive team. So when we spoke at the top of the show to Big O about the crosstalk and the Heat getting young and whether they have something else in the tank, this is a different composition. I can give you a Heat 5-man youth squad if you keep the roster intact of Bam, of Omer at center, Bam at power forward, Strus at the 3, Tyler Hero at the 2, and Gabe Vincent at the 1, all either experience-wise 3 years or fewer, a young group. So it's not like this whole old team. Yes, I know where you're going. You're going with PJ Tucker will be 38, Kyle Lowry will be 37, Jimmy Butler will be 34, and I get that. And you have to guard those minutes. But I don't think in a transition the Heat ever have been in the position transition-wise where they also had so much youth to sort of rally on and rely on. And that's a big difference, Clay, that this time the Heat can also say, you know what, we're going to keep it intact because the farm system is loaded. And Clay, this isn't the crap that the Marlins give us all the time. The Marlins, Baseball America says we have the second best Double-A team. The young guys are coming. Yeah, until we trade them or they price themselves out of our market.
By the way, how are Marlins fans surprised by how the season is going? Like, there are Marlins fans who are legitimately, like, shocked and surprised. You didn't get better. Right. You got worse.
Yes.
Why are you surprised the record is worse? All right.
Right. But I'm just saying the Heat have so when this whole Heat older team, I'm telling you that if this was Baseball America ranking the Heat youth core, the Heat would have one of the most promising youth cores, even against a team like Oklahoma City with 95,000 first-round picks in the last 5 years and in the next 5 years. Yeah, I'm still not so sure that I'm not taking Max Strus over Lou Dort or something like that. So I feel comfortable where the Heat are. So I think we need to tone back a little bit this Heat as an old team, because I can tell you, matter of fact, I would put it this way. I think the Heat youth lineup I just gave you of Omer Yurtseven and Bam Adebayo and Max Strus and Tyler Hero and Gabe Vincent competes even up right now, bring it on, with the New York Knicks starting lineup. So they have a team that's competitive that way anyway. So this old talk, I think, especially as an old person, I think we have to sort of step back a little, because just like me, I might not be hitting the tennis balls too well today, but Jake Winderman will take care of the hard serves and doubles, and we'll be fine. Anyway, continue, Mr. Ferraro.
No. Look, here's the distinction I'm making when I say old team. I'm talking about the guys who need to be your best players. And I'm not even really talking about PJ Tucker. Your best player is Jimmy Butler. And I think he proved in these playoffs he is a superstar, even on one knee. And yet, at the same time, he needed help largely because that knee was consistently an issue. And he had to miss games. He had to miss a half of an Eastern Conference Finals game. And in the next two games, he wasn't nearly himself. And they're going to say no excuses, no excuses, no excuses. It's an excuse. And unfortunately, Father Time is undefeated. I'm not sitting here saying that next year in the playoffs, he's going to be hurt again. But you don't get healthier as you get older and you're rolling the dice. Kyle Lowry, let's just hit it right now, okay? The fact that, look, I understand that he knows his body better than anybody else. He clearly had a very difficult year personally. I mean, when you have a guy who is as maniacal a competitor as he is, having to miss games because of something going on in your personal life, man, just stop questioning it. Like, clearly there's something there, okay? So,
right.
And we don't have to know it. However, now, full stop. When you're that age and you get to the playoffs and you get hurt and you say, I've never had a soft tissue injury before, Father Time is undefeated. So if that's what you're relying on, that's where I have a little bit of trouble, Ira. And to me, it's, okay, what are you going to do to make sure that the guy who you were relying on to be your third best player, I mean, at worst, your third best player,
sure,
and maybe your second most important player in the playoffs, when he's going to be, what, 38 next year? 37?
37. He's 36 now.
37
He'll turn
next year.
37 by the end of next season, correct.
So he's going to be 37 by the end of next season. How can you say that he's going to – so to me, it's Jimmy Butler needs help. If Kyle Lowry, you can't necessarily count on to be that help, then you have to go find it somewhere. And yes, Bam, I fully expect Bam to take a lead. But this is something that Bobby Marks tweeted the other night. Per second spectrum tracking, opponents blew by Kyle Lowry on 43.8% of their drives this season. That's the highest of his career since they started tracking in 2014. Ira, that's bad. And that's not just a one hamstring injury in the postseason. That's all season long. And with a team that's built on defense, and obviously you're thankful that you had Bam Adebayo to come over and clean up a lot of that. I mean, we talk so much about Tyler Hero's defense, and I do think it's a problem. And I'm really curious to see the NBA Finals and see if Boston attacks Steph Curry like I think they probably would have attacked Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson. We got to talk about the Kyle Lowry situation. And you're right. I don't think you can move him. But what you can do is, if you're going to try to maximize this Jimmy Butler window, find him help somewhere else to mitigate whatever may happen with Kyle Lowry as the season wears on.
2 points there. Number one, PJ Tucker is 37 going on 30. I don't think at any point this season I said that guy is playing an old man's game. That guy was everywhere.
Yeah.
Kyle Lowry, the problem is 36 going on 40, and you can't have that. And Pat Riley has always stressed, as you get older, you have to do more. You have to be in the shape of your life. Even if I've got to give Tim Hardaway $100,000 a weigh-in to keep his body fat at 8% or less every 2 weeks, I will do that to motivate him similarly late in his career. Yes, Kyle Lowry has thrived with that body type so far, but he's never been a 36-year-old NBA player until now. So I agree something has to change. The one question I could not get answered all year was this. Did Kyle Lowry ever pass the Heat's conditioning test at the start of the season? Did Kyle Lowry meet his 8% body fat by the end of the season? That has to change. There has to be a commitment there. But there's one other point, Clay, something you raised there in your soliloquy, so I'll raise it in mine, is that Kyle Lowry has to be at least the Heat's third best player. Maybe not. Maybe it's okay. Forget the salary, folks. Let's not confuse money with performance and need. He could be the fourth best player. One, if Tyler Hero continues his growth, maybe, as he said yesterday in his media session, wants to be a starter, your hierarchy might turn into, remember, Tyler Hero was the Heat's second highest scorer this season after Jimmy Butler. So if your hierarchy becomes Jimmy and Bam and Tyler, then Kyle falls to 4. Maybe that's acceptable where his game is right now. Or, as we mentioned in the previous segment, go listen to the podcast of our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show, segment 1, June 1. You could also make an argument if they make that trade, the Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero first-round pick trade, then Kyle Lowry also slides to number 4. Because into number 3 is Bradley Beal, is Donovan Mitchell, is Damian Lillard. Hell, maybe is Malcolm Brogdon or someone like that if you can't get everything you want. So that changes the dynamic. So I think what happens now at 601 Biscayne Boulevard is Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley, Andy Ellisberg, Adam Simon, Nick Garrison, the rest of the front office have to honestly say to themselves, look, we gave the guy $85 million last summer. We can't chase lost money. Can Kyle Lowry be a number 3 right now? Or do we have to be honest with ourselves and he's a number 4? And if he is, who's our number 3? Is there growth in Tyler Hero as a starter? Is there another player we could package to bring in there? I think that he'd have to be candid. What you can't say to yourself is, this guy has more than $50 million left on his contract. He has to be our number 3. You have to look at the body of work, and you have to look at the body.
No, and I think we're saying the same thing in different ways. Maybe I didn't put this properly. I don't believe that he can. I think they got him to be that this year, and his body fell apart. His body failed him for whatever reason. And again, look, this is not at all dismissing the personal stuff. I'm sure that played into it a lot.
And yet, training when you're up and tending to a relative and maybe making hospital visits and things like that. We all get that.
And yet, Father Time is undefeated. So when you look into next year, and look, trading Kyle Lowry is not an option. Look, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, I don't think Jimmy Butler would sign off on it.
Correct.
Number two, and more importantly, nobody would want him. You're already gonna not at that price point. Okay, I mean, you can unload any contract, but if you're already looking to use a sweetener potentially to move Duncan Robinson's contract, if you're going to bring in somebody who's a better player, you can't keep sweetening stuff because he got nothing left to sweeten to get an actually really good player in.
And like Bobby Marks told me last week, Kyle Lowry's assigned value in his view is the mid-level exception of $10.6 million. You know, Clay, when they do the NFL draft and they have that chart of you trade draft choices, they all have a certain value. So one first rounder equals a third and a fourth because that's 90 total points in the system. It's the same thing with a player. That if a player, every team evaluates a player. Yes. And they say, Kyle Lowry, we don't give a rat's butt what his salary is. We evaluate him as a $10 million player. Wait, he's making $30 million? But then we need 2 sweeteners to make that work, to offset our salary loss. So I think that's hard. And Clay, you make a good point. If people forget, Kyle Lowry's the godfather to Jimmy Butler's daughter. They're a package deal. The only reason, well, maybe besides the salary, that Kyle Lowry is here and not back home in Philadelphia or out with LeBron and with the Lakers is that the connection with Jimmy Butler. They're a package deal. If Jimmy's here, Kyle's here. If Kyle's here, Jimmy's here. And people, you just move forward from that. So I disagree with you also on the father time is undefeated. LeBron James's father time is not undefeated. And we've seen.
Are we sure about that? Are we sure about that?
Yeah. Statistically, he had a great year. I know he got injured a little, but what I'm saying is, you're talking about a drop off from here. You got to watch the podcast and not listen. You got to watch on YouTube instead of the podcast to down here. I think it could just be incremental. I think it could be so incremental that if another player improves that same increment, you can offset it. I don't think Kyle Lowry has to go from former All-Star to who is this guy? He did what in his career? I don't think it has to be that bad. And Eric Spoelstra subtly, and you heard this yesterday, Clay, when you were listening, when he goes, Kyle Lowry's going to come in the best condition of his career.
Yeah.
That was a message. That was like smiling emojis, from Pat Riley to LeBron James. That was being loud and clear. He said it this way. And Kyle Lowry, we know you're going to come into the best, shape of your career. But what he meant is, Kyle Lowry, you will come in the best shape of your career. Or else, just like Pat Riley sent Antoine Walker and James Posey downstairs when they came back after that 2006 championship, I think subtly the Heat will do the same with Kyle.
So just to clarify and make sure we're on the same page here, and because I'm looking at this from the perspective of Kyle Lowry is going to be on this roster. So how do you build the roster with him on it? Do you view him? And so this is the other issue that I would have, and this is what I want to talk about after the break. And I think the finals are going to give us a really good indication of this. If Kyle Lowry and Tyler Hero are your starting backcourt, all of a sudden with how Kyle Lowry's defense has fallen off a cliff, can you play like that? Can you play with a defensive backcourt that may be one of the worst in the NBA on a team that prides itself on its defense? And so again, we're up against the break. So Ira's smiling, so he's going to yell at me. Let's get to the break. Let's come back, and then Ira can yell at me about what a ridiculous take that is. That's next year on Inside the Paint.
You're wrong.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to the home stretch here on Inside the Paint, the show that we did not want to be doing today. We wanted to make the NBA Finals, but we're not. Getting to some of the comments, and Alex has made asked a few questions, made a few comments, and I want to kind of summarize them all. And he's basically asking, he says, why is Pat Riley giving out so many bad contracts lately? It's kind of like we did a few years ago. And I think the two contracts he's pointing at in particular are the Kyle Lowry contract and then the Duncan Robinson contract. The Duncan Robinson contract, it was the going rate at the time for an elite shooter. You look at Davis Bertans' contract, you look at Joe Harris's contract, and very much in line with those, you're kind of playing the result at that point. Now, in hindsight, I'm sure they wouldn't have done it. And yet at the same time, you have to look at what you're dealing with at the time. It was bad.
I'm going to disagree here, Clay, for one reason. You also always are trying to create tradable contracts. The Heat did not have a sweet spot contract. They have Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and Kyle Lowry at the high end, the superstar level. Everyone else is at the low end. So there's nothing where you can say, okay, we're going to start with $18 million. The NBA rule is you have to trade within 25% of combined salaries. Who can we add to that to get to that 30-ish level for the Beals, for the Lillards, for the Donovan Mitchell? So I know this sounds weird that you would give a player money, not for who he is, but for what he might be. The Heat have done that twice recently in recent years. They gave Goran Dragic a second year at a team option and then picked up that team option knowing that was the contract they needed to put together with the chip, Precious Achiuwa, for Kyle Lowry. That was all pre-planned. The Heat at no point said, you know what? Goran Dragic at 38 years old is going to be worth this kind of money. But they needed to create a chip. They did that. The year before that, they brought back Myers Leonard on a 2-year deal. And a lot of people were like, why are they bringing him back on a 2-year deal, let alone a 1-year deal? But they needed his salary. So if they wanted to make a late season trade, which they did a year ago for Trevor Ariza, they would have that level of salary to make a trade. So Duncan Robinson just might have won the lottery by being the right guy at the right time to get a sweet spot contract without that Duncan Robinson contract right now. If you are going for a home run, shooting for the stars, going for something that big, you also would be talking about choke, trading a Bam Adebayo. Because that would be your only young enough player with a reasonable contract that you can trade. So the Duncan Robinson contract, yes, on the face of it, is it a good value for who he is or even for what he was? No. But Andy Ellisberg has to think at a higher plane than Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. And the other bad contract?
No. I was going to say, because this gets into two extremes question. I want to get to that in a second. But the other one is Kyle Lowry. And look, I mean, he's tied with Jimmy Butler. When you see Jimmy Butler do what he did in these playoffs, I'm sorry, but it's okay. It's fine. Kyle's godfathered him because he is literally the godfather of Jimmy Butler.
And he still helped get the Heat to the best record in the Eastern Conference and within one 3-point shot of the NBA Finals. Folks, we started this show at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. You've already got 2 versions of the podcast of the Slomas Home Security Inside the Paint to listen to. This season was not a failure. And
no.
Man, or any reasonable basketball person, now that we have had 48, 72 hours to sort of decompress, this was a really good season. This wasn't the Panthers going out with a whimper in the second round. This was the Heat going out in the conference finals with every last breath in a Game 7. Yes, you're not going to win a championship. No, you're not going to be on national television tomorrow against the Golden State Warriors. And I understand and I appreciate that disappointment. But this was a hell of a run. I defer my time back to the chair.
No, full stop. And I think that's, look, the natural inclination is you let it sting, you let it sit, you let it burn, and then you start saying, okay, do we need to get better? What do we need to do to get better?
And how dramatically? Yes.
Yeah, and look, what I wanted to do with you, and we'll do this next week when we're going through the player grades for this season, I also want you to kind of give me a percentage on each player and what the odds are of them being in a Heat uniform next season.
Sure.
So we'll get into that next week. We're going to have a lot of trade talk, a lot of off-season talk, because it is the off-season. And look, I think people sometimes like that more than the actual games at times. But there is the question here about Joel Embiid. And do you do whatever it takes in order to bring in a Joel Embiid? And that includes trading Bam Adebayo. Do you go to that point? I'm just going to lay that out for you since it was asked.
The Joel Embiid thing is interesting because Joel Embiid wants to play with Jimmy Butler and Jimmy Butler wants to play with Joel Embiid. We've seen that. That talk did not just start during this playoff series or after the Heat played the 76ers or when the two embraced after that series also. That goes back a while. They sort of with a push-pull against the whole Ben Simmons taking over that team and against the huge Tobias Harris contract. So there is history there with the two of them. Clay, when I mention names at the top of the show, go listen to the podcast, and you come back, I never mentioned Joel Embiid for this reason. Can you find any sane reason why the Philadelphia 76ers would trade Joel Embiid? Like I understand talking points, but can you see that at all of them wanting to or considering trading Joel Embiid?
Nope.
So to me, that ends the discussion right there. I know it's fun. I know it's better. I know you could say, well, you could do this instead. You could swap out Bam. It didn't work there. James Harden might not. They'd have a young core. And I get all of that with Maxey and Bam Adebayo. They can grow forward from there. There's certain players. Now, look, the one thing I've also learned is never fully doubt Pat Riley and Andy Ellisberg.
Right.
They will give you Jimmy Butler when you have no cap space. They will give you Kyle Lowry when he can either go home or else go to more of a championship contender with LeBron perceived at the time, and yet he gets him. So I wouldn't rule that out summarily, and maybe something else happens there in Philadelphia. Bam is your guy on this incarnation of the team. You're not moving him for a Karl Anthony Towns or someone like that, a lateral move. Teams also like to build, even more than culture, even almost from a marketing perspective, you want to have a certain continuum. You don't want to have people buy a certain jersey and then every year have to trade in that jersey for someone else, like that NBA jersey exchange commercial from American Express where they're crying because their guy has been traded. You have to have a certain continuum. To me, the Heat's continuum, really the only continuum to the future right now, is Bam Adebayo, because I'm not so sure Tyler Hero will be around for those who own his jersey. So I wouldn't say Bam is untouchable, but I think he might be as untouchable as anyone on this roster.
And this is why, and just to kind of put a capper on this, because the type of player that you would only consider including Bam Adebayo in a trade for is the type of player that the other team will not want to trade under any circumstances. And that's
who is their linchpin, who is their Karl Anthony Towns. Is that you can't have a Minnesota Timberwolves team saying we're on the come, we're on the rise, we had a great finish to the season, we have new ownership with A-Rod coming in, we have a new front office with Tim Connelly coming in, and now we're going to sub out the guy that we built all this hope on. So I don't see something like that. Joel Embiid's the same player in Philadelphia. Joel Embiid is the 76ers. It's not James Harden. He might demand a trade 6 months from now. It's not Tobias Harris. His contract sucks. It's not, at least now, Tyrese Maxey. That's for their future. So there's certain players, and even when I mentioned the Damian Lillard trade, and I keep saying this, only if Damian Lillard signs off on it. The Blazers are not going to force Damian Lillard out of town. I believe the Wizards are not going to summarily trade Brad Beal, depending on his free agency out of town. So those two guys. Donovan Mitchell's a little different. The Jazz never get free agents. Donovan Mitchell, at least it seems, has hinted he's not always so happy there. Whether it's the Rudy Gobert stuff a year ago, whether it's the playoff demise this year, whether it's possibly, we're reading now, Quinn Snyder possibly stepping back and them having to start a whole new coaching search. So that's a little different. They may have to move him against his wishes or where he wants to go, although I think he would love to go. So I'm going to preempt you now. I know you hate trade speculation. I know we don't talk about something until it's
who hates trade speculation? I live for this stuff, Ira.
I understand.
Lay it on me, baby.
But we have to pretend we're professionals. Straight up. I'm going to give you the straight ups. Let's do the straight ups first.
Who says no?
Okay. Would you trade, if you're the Miami Heat, Tyler Hero for Donovan Mitchell?
Yes.
Would you trade, if you were the Utah Jazz, Donovan Mitchell for Tyler Hero? Other way.
Not without significant sweeteners.
Okay. That's what I'm asking. Boom. We're taking care of that. Would you trade Tyler Hero right now for Bradley Beal?
Yes.
I might disagree on that because of the ages. If you're the Wizards, would you trade Bradley Beal for Tyler Hero? Straight up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting that at least we've opened that door. Portland Trailblazers. If you're I'm going opposite direction this here for a reason. Portland Trailblazers. Would you trade Damian Lillard for Tyler Hero? If Damian Lillard approves of a trade.
Yes, because I think you've seen enough from the younger Portland guys that I think you have seen with that roster, you're not going to win big with Lillard's contract and the other guys on that team. But if you start a full-blown restart, then maybe you actually have a shot. So yes, yes.
Other way around. I came backwards here on this on purpose. If you're the Miami Heat, would you trade Tyler Hero for Damian Lillard? I understand there have to be salary fillers. I'm just talking about conceptually player for player.
Probably, because for this reason, if a deal like that happens, it's because I'm trusting Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, because Bam obviously had the time with Damian Lillard with Team USA. I'm trusting those guys that there's a feel that those. So I'm not trying to hedge here. I would trust them if they said yes. Does that make sense?
And Clay, and I guess the two things I would go here with this is you're giving up 10 years. You're going from a 22, 23-year-old to a 33-year-old. You're giving up time. Now, I understand with Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler, you have to win in the moment because their windows are limited. So I get that, number one. But number two, and this is the reason I threw it to you, because I think there's a more extended talking point here also. How the hell are you going to play with the starting backcourt of two 6-foot guys, two 6-foot Lilliputians out there with Kyle Lowry and Damian Lillard? You talked to me before about you couldn't make a Tyler Hero and Kyle Lowry backcourt work. How the hell are you going to make Lillard and Lowry work? Go ahead. The floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, and look, that's a problem. There's no doubt about that. And yet, that's where when I say I would defer to those guys, I would say, okay, how do I put this without insulting LeBron James, the GM? I trust when Jimmy Butler says, I can play with it. Like, I think Jimmy Butler deserves the type of leverage to say, look, we'd be better with this player, right?
Okay, I'll sign off on it. Okay.
Yeah, so if you're telling me, if I have questions about, and by the way, I can't be like hypocritical about this. If they run it back, because Jimmy Butler basically, if they sit down with a bottle of wine, Pat Riley, Jimmy Butler, and Pat and Riley says, look, I'm just going to ask you straight up. We have the opportunity to bring in Bradley Beal. It costs us Tyler Hero. What do you think? And Butler looks at him and he says, look, I don't think Beal is that much of an upgrade at all. I would rather run it with Tyler since he knows the system, he knows us. But then I would have to trust him on that too. So when I say something, it's kind of based on the idea that if Jimmy Butler and the rest of the team sign off on it. So all that to say, yeah, you know what? I'm probably contradicting myself a little bit when I say that you can't have a Kyle Lowry and Tyler Hero backcourt and then say Kyle Lowry, Damian Lillard.
And my entire point of this,
I'll own that one.
Of this mini segment, since we only have one time left for one more mini segment, was this. You can make cogent trade talk with Tyler Hero. That's why when we hear this, Clay, in coming weeks and coming months, it's not to take away and detract from Tyler Hero. What I'm saying is he is the linchpin and the trade chip. Just as Goran Dragic was last summer, just as Josh Richardson was 2 summers ago, just as Caron Butler and Lamar Odom were way back in the day for Shaquille O'Neal. It's not denigrating the player for who they are. It's just understanding that you can have cogent, real, legitimate, and honest trade talk because Tyler Hero is that good and can be that respected and has that type of value. So again, I'm not saying Tyler Hero is a 25% chance or a 75% chance of being traded. I'm saying you can make common sense arguments and debate points by putting that into play, as we just did with 3 prominent potential available offseason moves.
And too extreme, and we appreciate you being super loyal and really, really thankful for your support. And he's asking a lot about Bam, and I don't think I'm like giving away any secrets here. Too extreme is kind of over Bam, I think. And he's asking, how do you keep trusting him? I trust him because he's a ridiculously good defensive player, and I think he gives you enough offensively, even at his worst. And look, he has to be more aggressive. Nobody is saying that he's a finished product game in and game out. But man, he is so good. He is so well worth the max contract. I'm so tired of this talk on social. Oh, why do you give Bam Adebayo max? He's the best defensive player in the NBA. Like, full stop.
And that's the
Robert
thing.
Williams was fantastic.
And that's the thing, Clay. He excels in one area, which is what you want. When you give a max, what do you have? That ultimate NBA level skill. But here's the deal. And for the Bam detractors out there, I can understand the frustration for this reason. If Bam Adebayo never showed he could do it, then you would say to yourself, it's not there. He can't do it on the offensive end. But that 31-point performance in Game 3, when he was dominant, it is there. I know Robert Williams was ailing, but it is there and he can. So I understand the frustration of Heat Nation because Bam can. And Bam only does it, honestly, 20% of the time is he that kind of aggression that we saw in Game 3 in Boston. So yes, I want to see Bam at 40% of the time next year. I want to see him at 60% of the time. I want to see that curve go up because he can do it. And I totally understand the frustration because he's not an all-the-time do-it type of player.
Understand the frustration, but that's so much different than, oh, we got to move on from him. Oh, no, man. And I'm sorry, but that's where the pendulum swung after this playoff series, which is ironic considering he was so good in Game 7. Like, chill with this. Miss me with this, all right? And listen to what Udonis Haslem said yesterday. When you have somebody like Bam Adebayo, who is still a young player and still kind of growing into his role, and he's responsible for so much on the floor, there is still, at this point in his career and his development, that moment where he thinks, right? And I think defensively, he's not thinking anymore. He's acting. Offensively, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if he took a big leap forward next season. So anyway, we're going to have weeks and weeks to talk about this. Ira, NBA Finals, we got a minute. I'm fascinated by this series because from a Heat perspective, Pat Riley always builds his teams to beat the teams that he thinks are the biggest challengers. I want to see if Boston targets Stephen Curry defensively. Like, I would have been concerned that they would have targeted Tyler Hero all series long if Tyler Hero was in the starting lineup. And I'm fascinated to see that matchup. I think Golden State's better. I think they could easily win this thing in 5, but I really want to see how that X's and O's kind of chess match plays out.
And my view is if Golden State goes out there and shows you simply can outscore the Celtics to their own game, all the more reason why the Heat have to add more offensive firepower in the offseason, because to get past those Celtics, you can't always trust the 100-93 score, and you might need 120 points, which is why you might need a little more consistent offense also. That's how I'm watching the NBA Finals.
Great stuff. We made the most of it, even though it was a show we did not want to be doing. Next week, the season grades, and what are the chances each player currently on the roster is on the roster next year. That's all for us. The Big O Show rolls on next.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's, properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
What a concept. I see coming across the wire. Madden is going to have John Madden on the cover. Okay. That's interesting. That's there. You got an edge there. That's for damn sure. Finally. How about that? They're going to put John Madden on the cover of Madden Football. Not bad. Not bad. There you go. Anyway, good morning again. Great job by the boys as always. Excellent show. Great information. Great banter. I like it. I like it. I like it. And we are ready to rock and roll here. We're going to, we got a lot of things to talk about. Today on the show, we got a lot of people to talk to on the show. Normally, Ian Rappaport joins us at 10:10 on Wednesdays. He'll be on tomorrow at 10:10. Instead, he needed to push it back a day, so not a problem. We do that. Just like Anthony Chang was yesterday with the Heat players during his slot with us, so we pushed back his time for today. So Anthony will join us at noon. So we will start at 11 o'clock. Matt Verderam is going to join us from Fansided, and he'll be on every week at that time at 11. Anthony Chang will join us at noon. Jordan Schultz, new insider for us, old friend, but new insider on the program weekly. So the NFL and NBA insider will join us at 12:30, and then at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk a little baseball with Craig Mish, and we'll have some fun as we step into the Welt and Rayom batters box. And, of course, the Welt and Rayom text line, too, is available to you. If you have any questions or comments, you can send them in at 855-912-1056. That's the text line, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the text line and question anything you want out there. Great back and forth with all of you. I see lots of folks getting in on it. Yeah, John Madden to be on the cover. Yes. I saw that. Get out of the house. Exactly. No, not the TV. That's my favorite part of the Sloman's commercial. When the guy goes, no, not the TV. I love that one. That is frustrating, man. Take the wife. Take the bed. Don't take the TV, bro. Take the silverware. Take the sofa. Don't take the TV, man. No, not the TV. That's why you got to get Alarmo, man. Alarmo will protect you. Protect all of you out there. And don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button too, please. While you're listening on the podcast, watching, that's how you give us an edge here on the competition. Okay? There you go. And of course, remember, you can get myedgedrink.com 10% off. Use the code Big O. Mike No Go Zone says, good morning, Big O. We'll be getting my share of international football today. Italy taking on Argentina in the afternoon. U.S. versus Morocco tonight. You are correct, sir. Yeah, and tomorrow we have the NBA Finals starting. We do have some hockey tonight also. So I will watch a little bit of the hockey, but I will definitely watch the football tonight. I will definitely be watching a little soccer tonight. So at least we've got all of that. It kind of sucks, right? Because you know, the emotional plan for all of us was, hey man, Panthers and Heat can make a deep runs into the playoffs. Well, only one of them made a deep run, and that was the Heat. They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. The Panthers could only make it to the second round. And that's the part that kind of sucks right now, right? That we don't have a horse in the game now. Our hockey team has been done now for a couple weeks, and now our basketball team is done, and now we just got to watch the rest of it. You know what I'm saying? And then deal with the offseason now. Now we've got to find out what happens on the hockey side, what happens on the basketball side, right? And that's the challenge now for both of these clubs. Obviously, it's a bigger challenge for the Panthers because the Panthers still have to convince the public that they're actually worthy because they always break down in the postseason. And while this year, yeah, they got past the first round, considering the season you had, it's a major disappointment. See, the Heat season's not a major disappointment. Getting to the Eastern Conference Finals and losing to a better team at this point, it's not the end of the world. Okay, the Heat pretty much maximized their roster. We found out who they are. But the Panthers, they also found out who they are. Or do they know who they are? And that's what we're going to find out. Do the Heat know who they are? Now, the Heat have a resume that the Panthers wish they had, so they have plenty to fall back on, and they have the loyalty of their fan base already, something that the Panthers don't have. The Panthers have a small, hardcore fan base, but they don't have South Florida behind them because South Florida doesn't trust them. So it's going to be an interesting offseason in that sense because the Panthers have a lot more ground to cover, and they have to win more people over. So the question is, how do they see themselves? How good can they be with what they currently have? And how much better do they have to get? And the Heat's the same way. The Heat is, hey, we've got a small window. This Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry window is short. How do we take advantage of it? How do we maximize it? And you may have to make a move for both teams need a Batman Robin. They either need a guy that's either better than Barkov or equal to Barkov, can complement Barkov, just like the Miami Heat. If you don't have the guy inside, which it doesn't look like it, you got to find somebody that's equal to Jimmy or better than Jimmy. So you're either making Barkov or Jimmy a Batman or a Robin, but you need the Batman or the Robin. One of the two has to be there. That guy needs the plus Barkov, in a way, you know how much bigger the task is for the Panthers over the Heat? The Heat have one sumbitch. They have Jimmy. Panthers don't have one at all. Because Barkov isn't even that. As good a two-way player as he is, he's not a feared guy like that. Because he doesn't take over. He doesn't have it in him. I mean, that's kind of been proven over the years. Barkov is what he is. So it'll be an interesting challenge between both of those to try to figure out how do they get over that hump. But way more pressure on the Panthers to do it because the Panthers don't have anything to fall back on. Their fan base is small. Their room for error is very, very, very short. Whereas the Heat, well, they have a luxury. They're highly respected and trusted. And if this is like, this is a good season for the Heat, not even considered a great season for the Heat. For the Panthers, Eastern Conference would be considered a magical season, an awesome season. Interesting. It's two different teams and trying to figure out their way. And and let me tell you, it ain't a lack from ownership. Panthers ownership is elite. They are awesome. Tank McBride says, Big O, did you see another woman come out versus Watson? Thank God. I tweeted that out yesterday when the 23rd woman. How about this? There's a 24th now. So this whole Watson story, I listen, as you all know, I was steadfast staying with Tua. I didn't want to trade for Watson. It's not that I don't believe in the player. I know the talent is there. Please give me a break. You can watch it. But he's a scumbag. There's something wrong with that guy. He's a weirdo. That can't be denied. I don't know exactly what's going on, but that guy's a weirdo. That's all. You can't have this many women. So I am really happy that the Miami Dolphins weren't stupid enough to follow Brian Flores' lead. The guy that wanted Jordan Love and want to, go in this direction with this guy. So the 23rd accuser, and this is a doozy, by the way, Nia Smith, right? She says, the only thing that really bothered me in the first appointment is that he kept asking me to go inside his butt. I originally thought it was the crack, so I would go around the area, and he still wasn't satisfied. He was very adamant and was saying, don't be afraid to go inside. He basically didn't want the rest of his body massaged. He wanted his growing area massaged and his butt only. Kept saying, do what you want. Put it in your mouth. It was just very uncomfortable. Nia Smith was the first woman contacted by the NFL star legal team when news broke about the first lawsuits being filed last year, according to the original petition. So now she's part of it, right? And now a 24th lawsuit will be filed against Deshaun Watson. Okay. Attorney Tony Busby said Tuesday that yet another lawsuit against Watson is in the works. Watson will deny all allegations, although throughout the process, the total number will become 24. Although Watson's lawyers want to make Busby the focal point of the suggestion that it's all embellished, exaggerated, or fabricated, it becomes very difficult for Busby if he indeed is holding together 24 women with meritless claims to keep them from eventually getting wobble from complaining amongst themselves or to others that they thought it was going to be quick and easy payday, that it's all taking too long and that they all didn't sign up for this. Something along the lines would have surfaced by now. However, there's been no indication whatsoever of a fracture among the plaintiffs who are suing Watson. While there may be indeed serious weakness in one or more claims made against Watson, there are now 24 people making those claims. How can a reasonable person accept that all 24 women are wrong or lying, or that Busby are somehow engineered without a hitch, a conspiracy of women who have weak cases to all come together and stay together for nearly 15 months and counting? And I look at what he has at home, and you still have to do this, and you have to go find strange women on Instagram constantly. You got problems, dude. This guy's a predator. I said this when this was going on. I'm not saying this now that the Dolphins aren't in the mix. It's all here. It's all on video. It's not going anywhere. You can go back and look at it. It's there. I never wanted this guy. I think this guy is as dirty as it gets. Weird. He's got problems. He may put one face in public, but what goes on behind the scenes, I am so glad, man, because, we've dealt with the incognitos and we've dealt with the bullygate and we've dealt with all kinds of silliness over the years with our coaches and, embarrassment of Hard Knocks and Jeff Ireland and Des Bryant. And I mean, it just goes on and on and on, all the buffoonery that has gone on with the Dolphins for so long. And they just would have kept the clown show going by trading for this guy. And the fact that the Browns traded all these picks and they gave him guaranteed money, they're idiots. They're desperate idiots. And that's exactly what the Dolphins would look like. Desperate idiots that would do anything to win, even if they have to sign a predator. And I'm really glad that the Dolphins did not sign this predator. So, yeah, it's a disgusting story. It really is. And when you have what he has at home, and you still have to go look for some side piece of ass, that's bad, dude. That's bad, because he's got an absolutely smoking girlfriend. I mean, smoking and a half girlfriend. So, and Mike, by the way, thank you for the super chat, just in case. I don't know if I did thank you or not. I just read it. Are you rooting for the Warriors? Oh, yeah, I am rooting for the Warriors, Hunter. I am. I like their story. I love people that overcome adversity, and they've gone through a bunch of crap. And, there's one more thing that's fun about watching the Warriors win. Kevin Durant, who's been such an asshole, who's turned into such an asshole over the years. And he went to New Jersey and all this crap, and he's had hell there for 4 years now, dealing with Harden and dealing with Kyrie and all this crap. And so now he has to watch the Warriors finally come back from the Clay injury is and all that stuff, and now they're back on top. That would be kind of cool to watch them win another title without Kevin Durant. So, they won one without him, then they won the two with him, and they haven't won since. So for them to get back to the pinnacle, that would be actually a pretty cool story. And he may not admit it or whatever, but Kevin Durant's got to be sitting in a corner going, what an idiot I am. I am an absolute moron. I have an unwritten contract to listen to the Big O Show. Thank you, 6193. I appreciate you. Let's see. Big O Avalanche. Oh, go Avalanche. Yeah, well, the Avalanche are damn good. Big O, unfortunately, if Adebayo is on this Heat team pretending to be someone he isn't, there's no taking advantage of the window right now with Butler and Pudgy Lowry. Too extreme. I'm with you there. But I keep saying this. The Heat tell us what he is. When anybody tells you, well, they've got him part of this offense and he's setting picks and the dribble drives and all that kind of stuff, then you don't think he's the guy. You're not going to do that to Alonzo Mourning. You're not going to do that to Shaquille O'Neal, right? If you're actually a real center or you're a real player, we're not going to use you just for screens and just crap plays and dribble handoffs and all that kind of crap. If that's who you are, then that's what you are. So don't bullshit me. Okay? I'm 55 years old, man. I've been at this for a long ass time. I've seen practically everything. So the Miami Heat, Spoelstra, Riley, any writer, don't tell me anything about Bam. They already told me what Bam is. Look how they play him. That's all. They don't make him a focal point of the offense. They don't run the offense through him. No, he's just part of a facilitator of the offense. That's it. So why would we expect more from Bam when the Heat doesn't expect more from Bam? Pretty simple. So the Heat gave a guy a max contract to be a role player. Look, man, I love the Heat. I love Harrison. I love Riley. I love Spo, but I'm not a bullshitter, man. I'm not going to sit here and, you're telling me what he is. So by you telling me what he is, you're also telling me you screwed up with that contract. Because you're actually going to tell me you really were going to give him the max contract and play him this way? Don't tell me what you can be. Don't tell me what you think you are. Don't argue with me that you think Bam can be this or Bam can be that. I see how you're playing Bam. You're not making Jimmy that. No. Jimmy's got to be a focal point of the offense. He has to be the offense. Why? Because he's an alpha. Bam is not. Bam, Barkov, Hubie, they have their talent. They're not wired to be studs. They're not wired to demand to be a part of the mix. They're fine being a team player. You don't pay max money to team players. You pay max money to stars. Adam says there's a Neil Rogers drop here somewhere for this Watson thing. Probably. What Neil Rogers soundbite could you use for the Watson thing? It's a good question. It's a very good question, Adam. And if I had to, let me see if I can let me see if I where's my Neil file? Estoy estrangulando el pollo para acá. Let's see. What song or what
Boy, does he have a lot of chutzpah.
I mean, you could say that about Watson, right? Pretty much. Oh,
We got a 69 in progress at the Triple X Theater. Officers requesting backup to roll of paper towels.
I love myself, cause no one will love me when I...
It is so hard.
yeah, there's a couple of Neil drops that you could probably use for Watson. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Man, you better know your laws, mister, because you sure don't.
Okay, all right, relax there. Jesus Christ.
Hey, Pee-wee, pull my finger.
Yeah, there you go. Oh.
No more sucking, please.
There you go. That could also go with Watson right there, right? Something like that. Yeah.
You sound like some stupid, idiotic jerk.
Exactly. That's what I would say. Something like that. So, yeah, we got a couple of, I don't have all of the Neil sound bites, locked and loaded, but we've got a few here.
You sound like some stupid, idiotic jerk.
That's right. Thank you.
Stay white.
All right. It is what it is. What can I tell you? Right?
What a rude little pig you really are.
Oh, relax. Jesus. God bless. All right. What do we have going on? And remember, you can get in on the Welt and Rayom text line at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Are we going to get tagged for anything that I played there, Sean? Does it look like it to you? No? Huh? What? Maybe? Huh?
Nice puppies.
Just tell me. Yay? Nay? No? Nada? Maybe? No? Maybe. Oh, Lordy. I love it. I love it. I love it.
That pisses me off.
Yes, it does. All right. 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. Good day today already, man. I'm telling you. Not so much that the market is up and all that. I just don't know if that this up is a little sustainable. That's what I'm a little concerned about with that. I think it's probably, well, I'm not really that concerned because if it drops back down a little bit more, then, it's a little bit more buying time. But, it's one of those kind of deals. I see A. Lenny Locksmith there. The lockdown segment. We'll have David Dwork tomorrow with our lockdown segment. Make sure you call the great people at alennylocksmith.com. They know how to get it done right here on the program. All right. John Rouse says, I think the guy is guilty. Still needs to be proven. 1 or 1,000 doesn't matter if they can't prove it. He said, she said. Accusations mean nothing unless there is proof. I feel if he will get off. Well, actually, John, you're wrong. He's gotten off lots of times. So I don't think he may get off. No, he's gotten off lots of times already. So I'm with you there. No, I get your point. I know it's a he said, she said type of thing and all that. And unless there's videos or pictures or all that, it's going to be hard to, get a guilty, verdict on him or anything. I totally understand that. But I also see 24 women and I say, yeah, I'm going to go Mad Dog, rest in peace. I'm stealing your line. I put it through my nosy and it don't smell so rosy. I'm just glad that the Heat are not, the Dolphins aren't involved with Deshaun Watson. The obsession Kelly has to bring down Tua in defensive floors is sickening. Never have I seen efforts to destroy this kid. Have you seen Quentin Tarantino's gay references on Top Gun on YouTube? Hilarious. I have not seen it. Don't know anything about it. So I can't tell you, my man. But I do know that he is a trip. That's for sure. He is definitely a trip. All right, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Realm text line, that's 855-912-1056. Can't read all of them because some of them you guys take it a little bit too much to the extreme there on some of those. Overall. Marlins, by the way, were postponed yesterday. They've got a doubleheader today. 3:10, Trevor Rogers, Antonio Sensatella on the mound. And they got the second game at 6:40. So we'll see what happens with the boys. Hey, I was just out of just pure fun because I was thinking about this. Over the last 50 years, is Tom Cruise the biggest movie star? Because I'm thinking of Denzel and I'm thinking of Tom Hanks. I'm thinking of actors that have had some pretty big movies, but this guy has had several franchises and a ton of big movies. And you start to think about the last 50 years. You think Al Pacino, right? You think of De Niro, right? Because obviously they're in the last 50 years, they're part of that list. But, watching what's going on now with Top Gun, and since he's been a monster since the 80s, so really over the last 40 years, he's been a box office monster, rock star, you name it. Is Tom Cruise the biggest movie star of the last 40 to 50 years? And who's his main challengers, or who's bigger? Because you think about it, man, it is hard to find a guy that is doing blockbusters in the 80s and now in the 2020s. That's sick. That is just impressive as hell. So you think about it, it's like, has he turned out to be the biggest movie star in the last 50 years on the planet? You tell me. Sweet Baby Ray says, about 30, man. Nearly 30 allegations from there. Yeah, we would need a 30. About 30, man. That would be good. Who you got winning, Tampa Bay or New York, Big O? I'm going to go Tampers. All right? Keep it in the state. Go for 3 in a row. Let's see. J-Town says, you're talking any travel baseball this morning. Suns 15 U team went 4-0 last weekend with another tourney this weekend. You need to do a segment on them. LOL. Love your content. Oh, keep it up, bud. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, and good luck to the youngins, man. Keep rocking. I want to see more Yurt Saban next season, says Brandon Flood. Well, we shall see what we shall see. Brings back such great memories of Uncle Neil, says Adam. Jasper says Punk moved from blocking Omar from going on reasons. Hey, Jasper, it's a business, my brother. There's no Punk move here. This isn't a hobby, my man. This is a business. You clown. Okay? So Omar couldn't go on Paul Castronovo's show. It's just the way it is. It's business. There's money involved. There's sponsors involved. Of course. I get it. Some of you are just silly ass fans and you just don't get it. You don't understand what business is. We're not playing games here. This isn't a hobby. I don't do this just for fun. While I enjoy it and I do have fun doing this. This is a job. This is a career. I've been at this for 32 years. So, Jasper, I get it, man. You're a fan. But this isn't about thinking about you as a fan. This is a business. You want to hear Omar Kelly? You hear him here and nowhere else. On Sun Sentinel and I Am Athlete. That's it. You want to hear Ira Winderman? You hear him on the Sun Sentinel. You'll hear him here, and that's it. You want to hear Anthony Chang? You're going to hear him in the Herald and here, and that's it. You want to hear Manny Navarro? It's The Athletic and here, and that's it. That's the way it goes. Sponsors are tied to all of this. It's pretty simple, man. It's a business. We have 19 people that are part of this show now. This isn't a game. All right? This isn't something, this is a legitimate business that's being run. So has nothing to do, and I'm friends with Reason. I had a nice long conversation with Reason. Reason knows that I want to help him. Okay? All of that. So, Jasper, stick it up your ass, my brother. I don't give a shit. Pretty simple. How do you like that, dude? I just hope Tua doesn't fall into the too nice. No, Tua's not like that. He's already shown you. He won a national title. He came off the bench. He's cutthroat. Tua is Dwayne Wade. You understand that, right? Tua is Dwayne Wade. Tua is Russell Wilson. Tua is those kind of guys. He's already proven it. That's where some of you sometimes you compare apples and oranges. I must have missed it. What did Bam win in college? I'm sorry, I must have missed it. When was Bam like the guy now? Here with the Heat. Must have missed it. You know what I'm saying? Tua's been the guy. He's come off the bench and saved the team and won a national championship and performed at the highest level in college. That guy cuts your heart out, dude. That's already proven. That's my entire discussion with the Justin Herbert fan base. That we have half our Dolphin fans that just are in love with Justin Herbert. And it's like, I get it. Talent-wise, there's no comparison. The guy is built like Adonis. But what's he won? Like, he's had moments and he didn't do it. So show me that he can win on top of him having all that physical ability. Barkov, you have all that physical ability. Show me you can win. Show me you're the difference maker. Bam, you have all that physical ability. Show me that you're the difference maker. You get my drift? I'm pretty consistent with all of this. You just got to read through it. But I treat Bam the same way I treat Barkov, the same way I treat Justin Herbert. I didn't see you guys coming from anywhere where you were the star and you carried your team to some kind of a championship, and that's why they drafted you and developed you. I didn't see that. I already saw it with Tua. I know he has it. That's the difference, for me at least, personally. When I see a dude that has it already, all he needs to do is move to the next level and give him the pieces he needs. But it's the same way. Notice how I treat Bam. It's the same way I'm treating Barkov and Hubie. It's the same way I treat Justin Herbert. I love your skill sets. Nobody can argue on the talent side. Get it done, mofo. That's what I need to see. So when I look at Tua, I have zero concerns about that. Only concerns I've ever had about Tua is what? Durability. That's it, because he's had a lot of injuries, unfortunately. That's the only thing. That kid's a baller, bro. That kid's a player. Tough as hell. Courageous. Fearless. Smart. Accurate. He's got all the things you need to succeed. He just needs the help now, like every quarterback out there. Because there's no quarterback that goes on a shitty team and carries a crappy team all the way to the title. Doesn't happen. I don't like anything about the Watson situation. I'm glad the Finns have nothing to do with it. I'm with you, Raging. I'm with you. Dolphins getting Watson would have been peak Dolphins. Glad we don't have to deal with him. Yeah, no, all we would have been is part of terrible headlines the entire time. Cruise is the last of the world-known movie stars. Wow, you might be right too, huh? Like, is there a younger star that is carrying the box office? Michael B. Jordan is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, there's nobody like young that's tested yet that we could say you might be right on that. Let's see, what else do we have here? Tom Cruise is the biggest star that has not been in a superhero movie, so he is the last classic movie star. Hey, come on, man. Jack Reacher, isn't he a superhero? Tom Cruise, the biggest movie star. Will Smith would slap you for saying that. Let's see. Eric Sturm says Risky Business, Top Gun, Few Good Men, Rain Man, Mission Impossible movies, Collateral, Edge of Tomorrow, etc., etc. Yeah. Count on one hand actors with his rate of success. It's impossible. It's hard, man. It's really impressive. Big O, is mandatory mini camp open to the media today? You know, I don't know, Crowd Trend. Oh, to the media, yes. I'm sorry. I was thinking fans. Yes, it is open to the media. Yeah, they have 2 days of access, is what I'm told. So we'll have a reaction from the guys, also from camp. Tom Cruise is Michael Jackson in the movie world. Some don't like him. Most do regardless. He's a rock star in the movie world. Yeah, man. So impressive. Big O, the other impressive thing about Tom Cruise is that he does more than just act movies, which most other blockbuster actors don't have. That's true. He directs, he does his own stunts. Yeah, no, he's complete. He's intense. He's passionate about what he does. You know? Big O is running a business and he sold his sponsors exclusivity. You don't go back on deals without pissing off sponsors. Raging, you get it. It's a business. There's agreements, dude. I mean, it's just like, you know, it's common sense, man. You know, if anything, you would actually respect what I'm doing more than anything else. Some guy sent me a tell. Well, you got away from the corporate thing and you're acting like corporate. And I go, no, I'm not acting like corporate, bro. I'm away from corporate, but this is a business. You know, I don't do this for fun, bro. I'm not sitting here in my parents' basement to play radio. You know what I mean? We're doing something because I'm trying to put together a platform to actually provide South Florida sports fans, not just Dolphin fans, not just Heat fans, but Marlins fans and Panther fans and Canes fans and Inter Miami fans, and then the national stories. The things that you're not going to get from local radio, that's what we're trying to do on this platform and grow and add more. Hell, I talked to Reason yesterday for him to join us on our platform down the line. So, you know, it's not something that it's a business. And when you make an agreement with a sponsor and exclusivity, that's what they count on. You know, it's like that's part of what they're paying. You know, you have to do things the right way, ladies and gentlemen. Jasper, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Just get lost, bro. Go play your little fan game somewhere else, bro. Dean Brown, Tua has fire. He avoided being a captain just not to be around Flo anymore. If what is it? Tua has the fire. He avoided being captain just to not be around Flo more. If that's isn't soft as hell, I don't know what is. Dean, He came back from a hip surgery, bro. Okay? You couldn't even go to work after hip surgery. Your ass would have been home permanently for the rest of your life. You probably would struggle just to go take a dump after that. This guy goes to play NFL football to get slammed by Michael Brockers. If he was soft, he wouldn't go back onto the field after he busts up one ankle. No, he wraps it around with a titanium rod so he can strengthen it so it doesn't happen again. When he has the other one, he does the same thing to make it even stronger than it was so it won't happen again. Then he busts his hip, and it could be season ending, and the guy rehabs to get back on an NFL field fearless to go against the Rams. I don't know what you think, not wanting to deal with the person that hates you is not a matter of soft. It's just a matter of aggravation. What's wrong with you, Dean Brown? The guy's sitting on the sidelines waiting to play. He wants to play, and the coach is staying with Jacoby Brissett. What are you talking about, dude? Why would you want to be around someone that doesn't want to be around you, that doesn't want you, that wanted Jordan Love, that was fighting in the draft room to draft Jordan Love instead of Tua? What is wrong with you? Anybody that thinks that Tua is soft doesn't understand how tough he is. Baker Mayfield heard that they were trying to trade for Watson and it fell through and he lost his shit. Tua had to hear it every day from all the media members and never lost it. What are you talking about, dude? The guy's one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the NFL, behind the worst line in the NFL with no running game. What are you talking about, Dean Brown? If he's soft, he would be Colin Kaepernick, who quit football and never really pursued it ever again, just bullshit workouts that he says, hey, give me a workout. Never went to the CFL, never fought for his job. That's soft. Took the Nike money and ran. That's soft. Tua is front and center all the time, taking all the questions. Dean, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you don't think Tua's tough, you're lost. Let's see. Hero is 22, huge upside. Come on, guys. Bam is not what you're selling, guys. They've got to, you got to stop with the upside stuff. You got to cross the threshold. You know what I'm saying? But the Tyler thing is very interesting because we've talked about this. He's a six man. Are you going to pay him max money? That's the chance. That's the issue there. I've been watching football since the Woodstock days, and I've never seen a QB as good as Tua this early in his career. What he did his first 2 years with nothing is amazing. Sky's the limit with him. You see it, Eric. Kid's tough as nails, man. Tough as nails. Let's see. Miami's picked to win 8.5 games or less, which is less than what it was last year. Team, I don't care what they were picked, Scott. I bet them over. They'll win over that. Let's see. Big O, when will we find out when training camp schedule is released? Derek, when they release it, my brother, I don't know. It's usually at the end of the month anyways. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 of July, and whatever, and for a couple weeks, and then you're in. So it's not a big deal, bro. Let's see. You did more than the right thing. You could have left it at that, but no. You even reached out to facilitate a compromise to have everyone on your platform. Dude, I can only do what I can do, bro. You know what I mean? I've never done anything but help anyone that I can help. And I had a great conversation with Reason yesterday. He and I are good, bro. It's just he understands it. It sucks. I get it. But that was Omar's fault. It wasn't Reason's fault. It wasn't my fault. It's Omar. Omar's kind of goofy, as you all know, and he forgets things, and, it's part of it. So how do you still do shows with Dudley? What are you talking about? I can do anything. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Do you understand what's going on? Hey, we got some naked fun. I like it. What else do we have here? Bam is a 4, not a center. Tucker, when healthy, was solid, but once he was off the court, the Heat looked undersized and got out muscled. Yeah, the Markieff Morris thing really screwed them over. That really screwed them over. There's no doubt about that. What else do we have going on in the world of sports that we can talk about besides them? And I can see on the movie side, there isn't a lot of competition, right? I mean, think about it. Jack Nicholson, De Niro, Pacino, Denzel, Tom Hanks. Last 50 years. Those are some freaking amazing actors. The biggest actors of this last 50 years. Who's the bigger one out of all of them at box office? Tom, right? It's nuts, man. It's impressive. It really is. And I got my daughter to watch Top Gun yesterday. So now we're going to go see Maverick. I'm going to go see it for a second time. This time I'm going to go to the 4K HD one, whatever. I'm going to see it in that one instead. I saw it on the IMAX. Now I'm going to go see it on the 4K one, which is the 3 screens, the wider screens. So I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Not going to give anything away. I would not give anything away. But all I'm going to say is if you loved the first movie, you will love this one even more. Probably the greatest sequel ever made. That's probably what I'm going to say. There's been a couple of really good sequels. Jaws 2 was pretty good. Rocky 2 was excellent. Godfather 2 was phenomenal. This may be the best sequel ever. And listen, somebody says that this one's better than the original. I have no problem. I get it. You can say that. You can say it. But if they say it's equal, I can understand that too because of the nostalgia of the first one. Do want to remind you that Sloman's Home Security, a proud sponsor of our program. And folks, we're giving away a free doorbell camera, 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. And that doorbell camera, what I love about it is you're in total control, okay? Now you can keep up with everything going on in your home. All your cameras are connected to your phone. Outside cameras, you want to put something inside, you don't have to. That's up to you. I did it because we have dogs. And I always love keeping up with our dogs or like our kids. Those of you that are dog lovers, you know what I'm talking about. And not only that, but when you get the professional installation and you use our low-cost central station monitoring, you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. And you're going to love that doorbell camera so you can be in total control. The keypad is really easy to use, and I've talked about this before. Any of the sensors go out. Sometimes with some alarm systems, you can't even turn on the alarm because that one sensor is out. Well, you can actually go right into the keypad and disarm that one sensor so you can then continue to turn on the alarm in your home and motion detectors and all that, and everything's working, and you're still protected. And then the folks at Sloman's will come in and replace that sensor with no problem. So see, even when something goes wrong, and something always will go wrong, because eventually with time, something is going to, going to change, and you're going to have to change it. And the folks at Sloman's will provide great service. Oh, and the other thing is when they install it, they do a phenomenal job of explaining how to use their keypad, which is really easy to use, because if a big dummy like me can use it, anybody can use it. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell them that Big O sent you. The first 40 Big O listeners will get a free doorbell camera. 1-800-ALARM-ME. You didn't enjoy Jaws 2 there to Extreme? I did. I enjoyed Jaws 2. I thought they did a good job. Godfather 2 was awesome. Rocky 2 was awesome. It's 3 where it goes crazy. Jaws 3. And then Revenge is, that one's ridiculous. But Jaws 2 is good. I enjoyed Jaws 2. Shark! Empire Strikes Back. I agree. Excellent. Breaking 2, The Electric Boogaloo. That could be the best sequel ever. I think you're right about that. Tom Cruise even did a football movie. Yeah, man. He did it with oh God, what's the name of that damn movie? And the little cutie's part of it too. What's her name, man? And forgot the name of that football movie, but I all the right moves. That's it. Very good, James. Very good. Yeah, definitely. Craig T. Nelson is in it. He's the coach who's kind of an SOB. I think one of the brothers is one of the brothers what's it called? Isn't the guy from Footloose in there? Like he's one of the teammates, if I remember correctly. God, I forgot about that. Oh, you're talking about Jerry Maguire, but he's an agent there. All the right moves. He's actually a player trying to get out of that mining town. I remember that. Damn, what's the name of the girl that's in that movie? She's a total cutie. Damn, I forgot the name of that one. What am I sipping? Come on, T-Bone. Seriously? Don't you watch the show enough by now? It's honey and lime. Listeners turn me on to it. Listeners, you guys, most of the time you guide me in some pretty good directions. The thing with the tape, that was not a good one. Okay? I was trying to, fix my issue with leaving my mouth open in the middle of the night, and that's the only way I get a cold. And Nature B can't protect me from that. Damn it. Nothing can protect me from leaving my mouth open and a fan just hitting me in my face for half hour, an hour, that I finally wake up and my throat is dry as hell. I'm like, oh crap. And I'm done. And I get a cold. So, yeah. Yeah. Leah Thompson. That's it. Thank you. Total cutie. Yeah, man. Love Leah Thompson. I had Leah Thompson on the show years ago, man. Years ago. Let me see, do I have any? I wonder if I have any promos with Leah Thompson. Let's see. We used to like, get they'll do promos for us, right?
Hi, this is Albert Pujols, and you're talking sport with the Big O on a sport radio, 560 WQ AM.
There you go.
Hi, this is Ann Wilson of Heart, and you're listening to the Big O.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate you, Ann.
The biggest names.
Hey, this is quarterback Andre Woodson, and you're listening to the Big O Show.
That's right.
This is Antoine Casey, cornerback, and you're listening to the Big O.
That's right.
This is Brandon Albert, and you listen to the Big O.
Well, thank you.
This is Casey Blake, and you're talking sports with the Big O.
Oh.
This is Craig Biggio, and you're talking sports with the Big O.
Hi, this is Chan Gailey, head football coach at Georgia Tech, and you're talking football with the Big O.
That's right.
Hey, you. This is Kenny Powers, and you're listening to the Big O.
That's right, baby.
Hey, this is Marcus McCauley, cornerback out of Fresno State, and you're listening to the official coverage of the NFL Draft on Sports Radio.
Hey, it's the linebacker Patrick Willis from Ole Miss. You're listening to the official coverage of the NFL Draft.
Yeah.
Hey, this is wide receiver Early Doucette, and you're listening to the Big O.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Danny DeVito. I am talking to the Big O, and you're listening.
Yeah. We got him going, bro. I mean, all kinds.
Hey, this is the Dagger, Jack McClinton, and you're listening to the Big O.
I used to call him the Dagger. So when Jack McClinton was playing for the University of Miami, Jack and I developed a relationship. And as you all know, he was just clutch. He was money. And so I'd call him the Dagger. Yeah.
This is Jake Long, and you're listening to the Big O.
Yeah. We love you.
Yo, what's up, people of Florida? Don't be slow. Listen to Big O. This is Jeff Ross, the Roastmaster General.
Hey, this is Jenny Garth, and you are listening to the Big O.
Woo! My favorite, Jenny Garth. We got tons here, bro. We got tons.
Hi, this is Judge Maria Lopez, and you are listening to the Big O.
She sounds like she had 8
Hi,
packs of
this
cigarettes.
is Leon Lett, and you're listening to the Big O.
Hey, Leon Lett. Yeah, baby. I mean, it's just, there's so many here. It's crazy stuff, dude.
Hi, this is Ozzie Smith, and you're listening to the Big O Show.
Yeah, I am old. Yes. Ozzie Smith is doing it.
Hey, this is Rick Springfield, and you're listening to the Big O.
Yeah.
Yes, that little Chico Pitbull, Mr. 305. You already know what it is, Dade County's finest, and I'm putting it down right now with the the crazy Cuban Big O right here on Sports Radio 5.
Hello, everybody. This is Pat Riley, and it's 4:59 a.m. in the morning. I'm listening to Big O.
Damn right, Pat. Damn right, Pat Riley. He knows what to listen to. Damn right. How about that?
Hi, this is Raleigh Fingers, and you are listening to the Big O Show.
Thank you. The late.
Hello, everybody. Hello, I love you. This is Ray Manzarek of The Doors. You're listening to the Big O.
Yes.
A cool dude.
Thank you, Ray. And rest in peace, Ray Manzarek. I love you, my brother. Love the music of The Doors. Thank you so much. Thank you all out there, as always.
This is Steve Short, better known as Bobby Bacala. You're listening to the Big O.
Yeah.
It's worked out nice because I really, the Hard Rock's been my first sponsor of the Underground Garage Show.
Hello, Big O. How are you?
There you go. Lorraine, where are you?
Hello, Big O.
Got them all over the place, man. So there you go. Sean, you could do like lots of promo stuff with all of that, huh? I mean, it is a world of stuff. I just, it doesn't end. Like there's so many. It's awesome. I didn't even remember. Some of these I didn't even remember that I had. Nuts. Oh, God.
Hey, everybody, it's me, Tom Arnold, and you are listening to the Big O Show right now.
That's right. There you go. That's crazy. How about that? There you go. A little memory lane and a little promo stuff. Let's see. Morning, Big O. Sean from Vegas. Great content. Can't wait to meet you at the Summer League. We will be there, my friend. We're on the works of making some reservations to go out there and spend some time out in Vegas again. It's so, it's a really tough thing to go to Vegas. You got to really twist my arm to go out to Vegas and work out in Vegas. It's not something that it's easy to do. All right, let's have some fun. Let's rock and roll. Let's talk with Matt Verderam. Let's start off hour number 2. RedRecover.com, baby. Our look around the NFL. Matt Verderam is next.
For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The Huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
Welcome aboard, making a debut. Well, you've been on the show several times, but now as an exclusive insider for us now every week, thanks to the great folks at redrecover.com. Matt, how you doing, my friend? How you feeling, baby?
I'm doing good. It's June. It means we're only 1 month away. Really, I get 6-7 weeks away, but 1 month away in the calendar anyway from getting to training camp, getting to football. Have some more OTAs minicamp before that. So good. Feeling good. How are you?
Over and under for Deshaun Watson on accusers in 6 more weeks, 30, 33. Where are we going? Because we're up to 23, 24 now. And I got to tell you, Matt, when I heard about it yesterday, the 23rd, and now this morning, the 24th, the first thing I said was, thank the Lord the Dolphins aren't part of this freaking circus, because that's what it is. And Cleveland, I get it, man. When you're desperate, you do desperate things. And I know, because our Dolphins have done some desperate things over the years to try to get back over the hump again. But this story, dude, is odd in every level.
It's bad. It's really bad. Look, last week, HBO Real Sports with Brian Gumbel, right? They interview a lot of the accusers of Deshaun Watson with pending civil suits against him. And now there are more coming out. And you do wonder, is there going to be just 1 more, 2 more? Is there going to be 10 more? You don't know. And I'll tell you who else doesn't know, the Cleveland Browns, who right now are sitting there. And with every new accuser, you have to be wondering, well, what does this mean? What does this bring? They paid him $230 million guaranteed. There is no way out for the Browns. If this goes horribly south for them, which it has the potential of doing, the NFL is not going to bail them out of this. I mean, that's going to be the Browns' problem. So they have taken an enormous risk. Some might say an unnecessary risk. And now they've just got to hope that this doesn't completely backfire on them.
By the way, last couple of years, the NFL has learned that you can't pay running backs after all the big deals that have happened with several guys, and they all fell apart. Well, now the whole Gruden thing happened with the Raiders, and the league freaked out that they gave this guy $10 million a year for 10 years. And then here's Carolina getting suckered in, having to give Matt Rule all this money. And now the league's gotten burned for that too. Well, now you have given guaranteed contracts to Kirk Cousins, and now you're giving it to a guy in the middle of a lawsuit. I wonder if NFL owners are hoping that it goes awry, So that way they have the ammunition that they need in negotiations in the future when others are asking for guaranteed deals. Say, no, man, look at what happened with Deshaun Watson. This doesn't pay off. Hey, look what's happened with all these running backs that got all this big money. That hasn't paid off. Look at all these coaches that they're giving big money to, Urban Meyer, Matt Rule, and now Gruden, who started it. It has not paid off. I just wonder if there's a little bit of that sentiment going on.
Well, I'll say this. That Deshaun Watson contract pissed off a lot of people in the NFL in a lot of buildings because he's a great player on the field, but he didn't play at all last year. Obviously, going through all these, part of it because he didn't want to be in Houston, part of it because of all the legality issues on the off-field side of things for him. But then you look at this from a broader perspective. So if you are Kyler Murray, who is having his own issues from a contract negotiation standpoint with the Cardinals, if you're Kyler Murray, you're looking at this going, I don't have any off-field issues, and I'm a pretty good player in my own right. Maybe not a Deshaun Watson level player, but a top half of the league quarterback, maybe even top 10, depending on where you view him. He's looking at this going, if that guy under those circumstances got $230 million guaranteed, I want $250 million guaranteed minimum. And the Cardinals are probably looking at that going, but you're not worth that amount of money. Causes a problem. I also look at
and by the way, let's also the Bidwills have also been known to spend so much money too.
Right. The most lavish of ownership groups, of course. Which it's a point well taken, but this actually perfect segue for this. So the Bengals and the Chargers, another two teams that have been known to just spend gobs and gobs and gobs of money. They both have quarterbacks who are extension eligible after this season. Burrow just went to a Super Bowl. Herbert has put up numbers that are fantastic for any player, let alone the first couple years of his career. Those guys are going to rightfully say, we're better than Deshaun Watson, and we have no issues off the field, and we want to get paid big time. I mean, if I'm one of their agents, I'm saying $275. That's what I want. And you're going to pay it to me because somebody else will if you won't. And if you're the Browns, you've screwed these teams, which I'm sure in that regard they don't mind. But the Bengals, until a couple of years ago, never signed free agents.
I mean, this is what they did this offseason. The Bengals had never done before. Dude, they spent a lot of money this offseason. Listen, I've ripped Mike Brown for many, many years. Props to Mike Brown this offseason. He made they finally learned their lesson. I mean, you watch the Colts, they scared away a generational quarterback because they wouldn't build a damn line in front of him. So learn your damn lesson, dude. If you have a quarterback, don't allow him to get his knee blown out in the first year already. Come on, take care of the kid.
Well, and the Bengals for the longest time, they didn't have an indoor practice facility. I mean, that's something now that they're in the process of rectifying. Katie Blackburn really runs that team as much now as Mike Brown does. And I think a lot of things have changed with her being more involved. But look, I expect them to pay Burrow, but it's going to cost them an absolute fortune. What people don't realize is when you pay a contract in the NFL, this dates back to the 80s, the guaranteed money, the portion that's guaranteed, that has to go into escrow at the moment you sign a contract. So look, I get these guys are billionaires. If you're talking 250, 275 guaranteed, that's a lot of money to have liquid on hand that you are now tying up in escrow. Like that's what these guys are going to have to do for a Herbert, for a Burrow. Yeah. And maybe for the Chargers who have this brand new stadium, granted they're sharing it, maybe it's a little less of an issue. The Bengals have one of the worst stadiums in the league. And so like that stuff matters. That makes life a lot harder on these teams.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just crazy to see what's gone on with Watson, and it's just a disturbing story on every level there. When we look at what's going on in Washington, dude, what's going to happen with that owner? And then now I see where they're lowering the seats down to 55,000. And I'm old enough that I remember RFK, Jack Kent Cooke Stadium was around 55, but back then it was an older stadium that was made that way. Then you made the bigger stadium because obviously you had great attendance. But since Snyder's taken over, it's progressively gotten worse. Less and less fans go to what used to be a historic team in this league. Just like the Dolphins, they were considered royalty in the NFL, and they have fallen from grace, just like our beloved Dolphins have. Dude, what goes on there? I mean, the NFL is looking at that going, the whole franchise has gone backwards, and there's no way to build momentum with that guy running that place.
Well, when you talk about the question of what's going on with Washington, that question could have been asked every day for the last 20 years, and you might get a different answer. This every day it feels like something else is going on there. I've said and written this a lot in the last couple of months. If they can prove that Daniel Snyder withheld 8 cents from another owner, that is the end of him owning an NFL team. They will put up with a lot of crap in the NFL, but if you cost somebody a nickel, that's it. That's the end. And so I think if they can prove that out, Washington fans will get their wish of him being out the door because they will not put up with him skimming off the top. Now, as far as that stadium goes, you're right. RFK used to be one of the hardest places to play in the NFL. It was both between the fan base and the team. Does anybody have any fear of ever going in there now and playing them?
No.
Nobody. It's a mausoleum. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
You go to Washington.
They tarp off most of the second floor now, man. I mean, it's embarrassing.
That is a game now that if you're a halfway decent team, if you go to Washington, you should win. You expect to win the game and leave. And I think that is a clear correlation to when Daniel Snyder took over that franchise in 1999. They were a very proud franchise. They were a franchise that consistently went to the playoffs. They have done nothing since he's on that team. I mean, they've only made the playoffs a handful of times. I think they've won one playoff game in his tenure. Maybe it's two. They have been useless. But I don't suspect that anything's going to change with the ownership group unless they can prove that he was skimming off the top. If they prove that, he'll be gone tonight because the NFL doesn't waste any time when it comes to the checkbook.
Yeah, the only thing and we're talking with Matt Verderam, by the way, fan-sided. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam. Matt, the only thing I look at is I wonder with all this email mess, do they know something that there's more stuff in those emails that Dan Snyder knows about, and that, it's one of those Nino Brown situations in New Jack City. Well, if I'm going down, I'm taking everybody with me. You know what I mean? And I just wonder if there's some of that, because with the Gruden mess and the Snyder mess going on, I almost feel like those guys know one's already being used as a tool, and then the other one says, no, you're not going to. I've got something on you guys too. So I just wonder what else is there behind the scenes that keeps that dude in place, because it just doesn't make any sense to keep that guy as an owner.
It's true. I mean, look, you always wonder that because he's been in the league a long time. I mean, he's been an owner almost 25 years now. Like I said, he bought the team in 1999. So you're dating back a couple of decades. How much dirt does he have on other guys? How much dirt does he have on the league? That's always in question. I'm always kind of a believer. If the league really wanted to turn its guns on him, I don't care what he does. They can kind of bury certain things. But it is fair. And I always feel like, we've seen so many times these ugly allegations come out, and in some cases, not even allegations, just facts come out of Washington, and it feels like nothing changes with him. And yet, I think a big part of it is other owners look at that and go, well, I've got to back other owners, because if something happens with me, I don't want to lose my franchise. I want to make sure I'm kind of insulated and protected. Now, again, I will forever believe the NFL, first and foremost, is a business. If any of those owners feel like he took $8 out of their pocket, that is the end of him in the NFL. I don't care. They will bury him. They'll do whatever it takes. But yeah, I do think there is truth to the fact that a lot of times these owners look and go, is it worth it? Is it worth it for us to kick him out of the league? And a lot of truthfully too, especially in the NFC East, some of those other owners are probably like, good, keep him.
Yeah, right. Easy win for us. Yeah. Although, regardless, they've actually built a pretty good defense. You know what I mean? It's actually pretty. And by the way, you were talking about the Bengals. Well, Hayden Hurst, former first-round pick, NFL tight end for the Bengals. He uses Red Recover, by the way, as part of his daily recovery program to optimize performance on Sundays. And if you want to listen to his testimony, you can go to redrecover.com. RedRecover.com has helped me grow the back patch of my hair back. By the way, you want to check it out, go to the website, RedRecover.com, or on Instagram at red.recover, and use our discount code Big O to receive 10% discount there on the side on your way out. Go to RedRecover.com. All right, Matt, so bring it kind of full circle. We see the Deshaun Watson mess. I'm glad that they didn't make the move. I've been a Tua guy. I believe in Tua. Only thing I've ever had a concern with Tua has been his injury history. That's the only thing. I've always felt that if you give him what he needs, he can go out there and be successful. I think they did that this offseason, and I think people are going to see now. Hell, dude, he was one of the least sacked quarterbacks behind a line that can't block and can't run. So obviously the kid has some skill set. And if you watched him, I thought he did a pretty good job under terrible conditions and a head coach that didn't want him around. So where do you stand now after you've watched this entire offseason that Chris Greer and company have put together? Where do you see Tua? Where do you stand on the whole Tua discussion?
Well, I think they've given him a chance to succeed really for the first time in his career. Teron Armstead's a guy who you do worry about his injury history, but when he's on the field, he's a top 5 left tackle in football. Tyreek Hill is, I would argue, the best weapon in the league. I mean, it's certainly the most electric weapon in football. Nobody can turn a 5-yard slant into a 70-yard touchdown like Tyreek Hill can. So you add him with Jalen Waddle, Mike Gesicki. That's a lot of talent. That's a lot. I mean, that's a real group of weapons. And by the way, I think Raheem Mostert's going to be really good in the offense as well. Mike McDaniel's an offensive-minded head coach. I thought Brian Flores got a raw deal. I thought he did a really nice job. But that being said, I do think McDaniel, as far as Tua is concerned, it might help him a little bit being an offensive-minded guy. This is a huge year. Let's not beat around the bush. This is a huge year for him. They have draft capital moving forward where if he doesn't play well or he gets hurt, they could say, well, we can go out and draft another quarterback and trade Tua for whatever they can get. I mean, that's the reality we live in. Back in the 90s and even the early 2000s, if you were a first-round pick, you got 3-4 years, period.
Yeah.
You don't have that now. And look, your point is well taken. Their offensive line throughout his career has been hideous. They can't block. I remember watching it was week 2 last year. They played Buffalo, and he got hurt in the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
He got hit every time he dropped back. Like, literally got hit every single time he dropped until he finally just got hurt.
Hey, this year, I saw something I've never seen before. A quarterback who's pressured as he's handing off.
Yeah, I mean, they can't block. So it's been a real issue for them. Now you bring in Armstead, you bring in Connor Williams, you bring in an offensive-minded head coach that should help that side of the football. For me, he doesn't have to go out and throw for 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns. There are plenty of quarterbacks that don't do that. By the way, Joe Burrow last year, his numbers were greatly inflated by the fact that against Baltimore, he basically threw for 1,000 yards in 2 games. Most of the time, otherwise, it wasn't like he was out there throwing for 300 a game. I mean, there are very few guys, the Mahomeses of the world, the Bradys of the world. Most guys don't do that. I mean, if Tua goes out and throws for 4,100 yards and 26 touchdowns, you should be able to win with that.
That'll be a hell of a year for him.
That's fine. It can't be 3,320. That it can't be.
I think the savior for him this year is that they have a run-oriented offense.
They do.
And to me, that's how you win in this league. Run the shit out of the ball, pound the hell out of the guys, make those linebackers suck in, and then all of a sudden the middle of that field opens up. This is why I always say, would you get your roast beef out of the damn oven already? Come on.
I'm sorry, it's my damn cell phone.
It's all right. It's all good. So, it's like Ryan Tannehill. You watch what Derrick Henry does for him, and that's what the running game does for you. So, when Kurt Warner was great, but it's also great that you had Marshall Faulk back there. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
So a lot of, Joe Montana is great, but, he had a running game back there. You know what I'm saying? So all these kind of guys that have had success offensively, when Russell was kicking ass, it's because he had a running game. As his career went on in Seattle, they stopped running the ball and things became that much harder for Russell, just like any other quarterback out there. Joe Mixon, the aforementioned Joe Burrow. Joe Mixon takes a ton of pressure off of Joe Burrow because he's a damn good running back. That to me is the most important thing, because Mike McDaniel comes from that tree for the last 15 years that it's imperative for them to run the ball. And to me, that's going to be Tua's best friend. The fact that they're going to be actually dedicated to the run. And if they can run the ball, a guy like him can definitely take advantage of that.
I think there's definitely a lot of truth in that. I would also say, too, when you look at the way teams have won recently in the NFL, even though the passing numbers are through the roof compared to where they've ever been in the history of the league, there is truth, though, if you look. So the Buccaneers won a couple of years ago, and Brady gets a 7th ring, and everybody talks about that. Brady was terrible in the playoffs. They won the Super Bowl that year because their defense was otherworldly in the playoffs. That's why they won. They held Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs without a touchdown. That had never happened before until that game. When the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, yes, the Chiefs had a great offense. There's no question about that. Go look at the way they won the Super Bowl. Their defense, the second half of the season, was one of the best in the NFL. I believe over the last 9 weeks, including the playoffs, they gave up something like 13 points a game. That's why they won. They won because they were dominant defensively. Now, that doesn't mean that having a quarterback who can make the big play on 3rd and 11 doesn't matter. Of course it does. That erases a lot of mistakes. It gives you a lot of leeway. But you look around. I mean, the Rams won the Super Bowl. Now, if you go look at the scores in those playoff games, they won because of their defense. And by the way, it's also true that the Bengals, as great, and I love Burrow, they got to the Super Bowl because of their defense. They scored less than 20 points against Tennessee. Against the Chiefs, they won that game because they held the Chiefs into the low 20s. Right. That's why they won. It wasn't like they scored 38 points against Kansas City. So I do still think, look, if Miami can get to a point where gets the ball to Tyreek, gets the ball to Waddle, lets him make plays, run the ball at Mostert, gets the ball to Gesicki, that's fine. Then your defense takes over. They've got a great secondary. Let them go make some plays. Let them force some turnovers. That's how you're going to win. And I think people look at these passing numbers and they go, well, if you don't throw for 5,000 yards, you have no shot to win. Well, in reality, if you look at these Super Bowl champions, most of these teams, yes, they have great quarterbacks and they win because those guys can make a big play in a big spot. But a lot of times, it's because of the team getting the job done.
Right, exactly. I agree with you. And that's why I always talk about balance, because I don't care if you're Marino, dude. You need a running game, you need a defense. He didn't have either, so he doesn't get over the top. And that's kind of part of this whole thing, man. And you look around the league, the quarterback that has more help is the guy that's going to get there. When I just told you about Russell Wilson, when Russell had a better defense and a better running game, that's when they had a chance at building that dynasty. Once it wasn't no longer the Legion of Doom, and once Marshawn got old and left, the rest of that team just went by the wayside, and it got progressively worse, and it didn't get back to where it was. And it wasn't Russell's fault. He's doing the best he can, but he can't do it alone, dude. That's also the misconception, Matt, that we have this thing that it's almost like people make it sound like you get the quarterback and he grabs a shitty team and he goes to the Super Bowl and wins it, when that's never happened before. You know what I mean? It's actually really good teams will take a Nick Foles to the title, will take a Brad Johnson and a Trent Dilfer to a title, but no, Joe Montana doesn't carry a shitty San Francisco team. Neither did Terry Bradshaw, and neither did Tom Brady. Well, I don't care who you are. You're getting there because it's a good team, not a great quarterback.
So that's true. And by the way, the ding sound is finally, I figured that out. New computer, the ding sound's gone. So the roast beef's out of the oven. I apologize to the listeners out there. It drove me nuts. No, listen, Brady's the greatest winner of all time in the NFL. Won 7 Super Bowls. the first 3 Super Bowls that they won, he was a caretaker offensively. I mean, now different era, fine. But then you look at when they were throwing all over the yards, 50 touchdown passes, Randy Moss, 22 receptions for a touchdown. They didn't win the Super Bowl that year. They went undefeated.
Right.
Who did they lose to? They lost to a
Giants.
team that played great defense and got a great pass rush. A lot of times, the team that just throws. Look, I grew up a Chiefs fan. Full disclosure, and I remember, my dad is an enormous Chiefs fan, and watching them in that AFC title game against New England, the first one they made, the year Mahomes won the MVP, they couldn't stop anybody, and they lost in the AFC title game because they gave up 37 points. They won the Super Bowl the next year because they could play defense. That's why they won. And I think, it still comes down in the NFL, no matter what anybody says. You've got to play a team game. You have to, and the quarterback being great, being able to complete a 15-yarder on 3rd and 12, sure. That's a huge advantage. And I don't think it's a coincidence that most guys that win Super Bowls are Hall of Fame quarterbacks. But if you look, and you brought up Russell Wilson, it's a perfect point. That team was phenomenal around him the year they won and the following year when they went to the Super Bowl.
When they should have won.
When they should have won, absolutely.
Dumbest call in the history of the damn game.
No
ever.
argument. The dumbest play call I've ever seen in my life. That being said, once they started to slip off of that a little bit, they still have great receivers. Russell Wilson's still a great quarterback. Fell apart. It's very, very hard. I think, look, the Dolphins have finally given Tua an opportunity with having 2 elite skill guys on the outside, an underrated tight end, and an offensive line that, as long as Armstead's healthy, should at least be much better.
Yeah.
And if they have that,
well, and it's also going to be, it's going to be schemed. It's also going to be, see, one of the things that I also talked about the last year here was play design and scheme was not good here. They had 3 offensive coordinators deciding every 40 seconds what to tell Tua. You had 3 stooges, and by the way, none of them were successful offensive coordinators before. None of them were successful quarterbacks, coaches at the NFL level. Like Tua stepped into a coaching staff that he looked around and he go, shit, can I go back to Alabama? Because they got like real coaches over there. Like, I'm sure he saw that from the get-go. And I think that's what's going to, Mike McDaniel's going to help him with play design and play calling, because that is so important in the NFL, that you have a guy that knows how to scheme against what you're facing and knows when to call the plays at the right time. That you have to have a great play caller. And I think that's what McDaniel will bring to the table, something they had not had, man. They didn't have anybody that was used to calling plays successfully at this level. They didn't have a quarterbacks. Dude, Charlie Fry worked with him on 7-on-7s when he was, before college. I mean, give me a break. That's your QB coach? Come on, dude. I mean, that's not going to fly.
What's going to be really interesting with Miami, and frankly, a lot of teams in the AFC, is that conference is so damn good that you're going to have teams that are really good teams. Teams that in the NFC might be a 4 seed, 5 seed, that are just not going to make the playoffs in the AFC. And I think, look, if you're Miami, there's still a gap in my eyes between them and Buffalo, who I think Buffalo might be the best team in football. Okay. Kansas City, maybe Cincinnati. My question with Miami is, can you get to the point where you get past New England, which I think they should this year, quite honestly.
I agree.
They're more talented than New England is. Now, Belichick is Belichick, and they will win some games they shouldn't because he's just such a great coach. But the funny thing is, Miami's actually had their number. Like, the Dolphins have beaten the Pats for years on end. So that, to me, I want to see them get past New England. I want to see them, especially if Watson gets suspended here, you got to be better than Cleveland. You got to be better than Pittsburgh. They should clearly be better than Pittsburgh.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
I know this sounds weird because they were the 1 seed. I think Miami should be better than Tennessee if Tua plays well. Tennessee losing A.J. Brown.
Yeah. I'm not a Tannehill guy, so yeah. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
And then to me, look, the AFC West is a weird deal. I mean, I think Kansas City is the best of the group, but then you get into like the Chargers are really talented and should be really good, but they never win anything.
Right.
The Broncos to me are the hardest team to figure out in football. They could be 12 wins good, and I could see that. I could see them being a real problem. I could also see them being a team that goes 8-9, and Russell Wilson really never gets it going there, and their offensive line is not great.
Are you convinced Denver has the same defense they've had the last couple of years, or that defense has lost a little bit? That's what
I'm not. It's a great point. I actually was just saying this on my podcast yesterday. I think them losing Fangio, look, he was a terrible head coach. He's a great defensive coordinator.
Right. Yeah.
And that guy being gone, you look at the rest of like that defense. Okay, look, Simmons is a great safety. Surtain played really well as a rookie. And Chubb, when healthy, is an excellent player. There's a lot of guys on the rest of that defense. I mean, they paid Randy Gregory $70 million. He has 16 and a half career sacks.
I know.
So
Campbell.
I agree. Denver's just weird. I don't know what to make of them. So the Dolphins are going to have a shot. I think for Miami, the goal's got to be get to 10 wins. You get to 10 wins, you probably find your way in, unless you're just really unlucky with the breakers.
Yeah. Should be fun. All right. What are you working on fan-sided so folks can check you out, my friend?
Well, as always, every Monday morning, Stacking the Box, the column comes out, covers the whole league, covers every team. Stacking the Box podcast comes out on Tuesday, also a national deal. And then beyond that, right now, just working on some bigger features. I'll update everybody as we get a little closer, but this is the time of year to do it. Have a little bit of time, not bogged down by the day-to-day of the NFL. So busy, but a little less busy than I will be in September and October and so forth.
There you go. And follow him on Twitter like I and many others do at Matt Verderam, NFL reporter. And, of course, you'll catch him here in the huddle every week on Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Matt, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, and welcome to the family, my friend.
Hey, glad to be part of it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, my brother. There you go. Matt Verderam, the huddle, brought to you by RedRecover.com. Don't forget, Red Recover uses the same red and infrared technology that many veterinarians use on dogs suffering from hip and back ailments, but available for a fraction of the cost, and it's used in the convenience of your home. My wife is using it now. She's got bad knees, and when there's rain and humidity or whatever, sometimes the house may get too cold. She gets a little bit of knee, and she puts on the Red Recover, and it makes her feel so much better. I have not used it for pain yet because I haven't gone through any pain issues. I've been using it to regrow my hair. And by the way, I told you that I would show it to you. Here's the hat that's been helping me grow my hair. Okay. Here's the Red Recover. Okay. Now, these hats are in back order, supply chain. So you put it like you turn it on. And all you do is put it on for 15 minutes. And it helps you regrow your hair. So this is what I've been doing, but it's taken a while. And they're about to get the supply in. They've got everything for everything else. I'm actually going to use something now for my bags. So we'll see how it does for the bags. But for backs, for knee pain, any kind of body soreness, Red Recover has anything that you need. What you need to do is go to redrecover.com, check it out for yourself, check out the blogs, check out the videos, and remember, use my code BIG-O. You will save 10% on there. So check it out for those of you that are struggling with some pain issues, or if you're struggling because you want to regrow your hair, well, then redrecover.com is what you want to use. So there you go. See how easy it is? Super easy and convenient. You can walk around. You don't have to do anything. And it's only 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Not a big deal. There you go. Matt Verderam and the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
People use Red Recover after workouts. Once I start working out again, I probably will need that Red Recover after workouts for soreness and recovering with all those aches and pains. I know my wife is using it for her knees, and it helps out for her knees. redrecover.com. There you go. Dolphins roster is as good as anyone's. Question comes down to coaching, health, and play at right tackle. No team in the NFL has a perfect roster. Every team has its weaknesses. Yep, that's right. You're 1,000% right, Eric. You are correct, sir. Anthony Chang will join us at noon, by the way. So we'll have a little fun with Anthony. We'll talk a little Miami Heat. We'll get his thoughts on everything. By the way, Lowry calling the season a waste of a year. I find it insulting. I find it disrespectful. And it all comes from him. Not you, not me, not anything. The guy that doesn't actually commit to the season and comes in out of shape and doesn't bother to get into shape and had the entire season to get into shape. And I know he had his personal issues, and I'm sorry, but none of that flies, ladies and gentlemen. I don't buy any of that. It's a bunch of crap to me. And Lowry calling it a waste of a year, you're part of the waste, dude. You were a waste of a contract this year. Your best friend needed you down the stretch, and you couldn't help him. Your fan base needed you down the stretch, and you failed. And you showed no professionalism in the shape that you came in. Kyle Lowry came in the kind of shape to do my show, not to play in the NBA. He was in the kind of shape to sit his fat ass right here with me and talk sports. Because that's what my fat ass does every day here. But I don't need to have a six-pack. I don't need to be in world-class shape because I'm not a world-class athlete. I'm just a talk show host. So there is no requirements here. You can weigh 130 pounds or you can weigh 1,300 pounds doing my job. You just got to be able to talk sports and, I don't know, anything else and communicate with people and whatever. Not sure if Lowry can do that, but, you know, when you don't, you know, Jimmy Butler can say, damn, dude, wasted year, man. I put so much into it and I wasn't able to get that championship that I wanted. And I can accept that. Do you know why? Because Jimmy Butler gave his all. Yeah, I don't agree with his final decision that he made, but I completely understood it. He had no gas left in the tank. He wanted to end that right there and then, and he actually hit some three-pointers. So he felt he was going to make that. Bad decision, but Jimmy Butler earned the right to take that damn shot. Bad decision and all. And in the end, I get it. He wasn't going to have any gas left for the overtime, and nobody else was helping him anyway. But Jimmy can say whatever the hell he wants to say. And guess what? I got nothing to say. I'm good. I'm good. I got nothing to say except, hey, Jimmy, I got your damn back, bro. Okay? I got your back. I may not even have agreed with that final shot, but I got your back, dude. You sold out for this team. All I've ever watched from you every year is that you play your ass off. And you care about your teammates, and you care about winning, and you try to get people involved, and you try to keep people motivated, and you show examples by playing your ass off every night. Jimmy Butler can say wasted year because he left everything there on the court. But when you're Kyle Lowry, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You couldn't play a whole season. Yes, I know you had family issues. You couldn't come in prepared. You didn't care enough about the team to come into shape. You didn't care enough about your best friend to help him because obviously he helped facilitate why you're here. And this is how you rewarded Jimmy Butler. And then you're going to say you're going to call it a wasted year? No, I would appreciate Kyle Lowry saying, I wasted this year. I failed my teammates. I failed the franchise. I apologize to the fans. I did not come in the kind of shape that I should be in. I screwed up. It was embarrassing what I did. In fact, I wasn't professional enough. And I'm one of the reasons why this was a wasted year. If he says that, I give him a standing ovation and I say, thank you, Kyle. Thank you for being honest. Appreciate that. But you sitting there going, this is a wasted year? You just like dismissive about it? You're the reason why it was a wasted year, dude. Maybe if you were in shape, you might have hit a couple of extra shots. You could have helped, your buddy here down the stretch. Maybe you're in the NBA Finals if you actually come into shape. Looking like Oliver Miller, playing point guard? No, dude, you can't look like rerun from what's happening playing point guard. You can't look like Orlando Alzigari playing point guard in the NBA. The hell is wrong with you? Wasted year. I hope smoke doesn't start coming out of your ears. Yeah, well, it's just kind of just weird, man, that this guy would wasted year. Big O, I found CBD oil quite effective on those bags under the eyes. Well, I'm going to try some light therapy now. I'm going to start it today, actually. So we shall see. I talked to Ed from redrecover.com, and go to redrecover.com, check it out. And there's this pad. I'm going to, you put it on, I think it's 5 minutes or no, it's 15 minutes. That's what it is. 15 minutes. And yeah. John Young says, I really think we should have drafted Danielle Fafali over Tyndall because of Armstead goes down, which he probably will be in the same spot as last year. Well, John, you gotta get better in other places. And you needed to get better at linebacker. So, and a third round tackle isn't necessarily a guarantee that you can count on him. Okay. So, not that anybody's going to be tracking it, but if Fafali fails, nobody's going to go back and tell you about it because we're all going to forget about it in 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But they did what they had to do. You can't keep filling the same spot. And you did draft other tackles. So hopefully the teaching of some of these men will make some of these guys better. You needed a middle linebacker. You had to get one. And maybe Tyndall becomes put it this way, it's more normal to get really good linebackers in the 3rd and 4th and 5th rounds than it is tackles. It can happen, but you'd like to get your tackles early, normally, Let's see. Lowry must understand that he's getting paid to be a pro. You're not delivering what we expected from a pro. Exactly, Fulgencio. Who the hell is Oliver Miller? Look it up. Pick up some education there, John Young man. Because obviously you're pretty young if you don't know who Oliver Miller is in basketball. But you may want to go look at Oliver Miller playing for the Phoenix Suns. He kind of ate his way out of the league. And by the way, I want you to go look at Oliver Miller when he got drafted and then Oliver Miller when he left the league. Okay? Make sure you do that. Mike thinks that Fafali is not a match for our system either. Yeah. It's just, a third round tackle. It can happen, but they needed the linebacker. And you can't look, Armstead doesn't play on carpet now. He's going to play on grass. So hopefully that'll be a little easier on his body too. But, you can't get married thinking about divorce. Like one of my buddies once told me, he goes, So you're gonna do it, huh? You're gonna get married. I go, yeah, bro, I'm gonna get married. And he goes, so what happens if you have to get a divorce? And I go, I'm not thinking about divorce. Why am I going to get married if I'm thinking about divorce? I don't think that way. You can't wire yourself that way to when you think of something, you hope for it to be the best. Now, if it doesn't turn out that way, well, then it doesn't turn out that way. Hey, I thought, actually, we had a really good concept at 1210, and I thought that was going to work out. But then when you saw what you were working with, then you realized, okay, you had no chance to succeed. Obviously, you're associated with a clown that has no talent and no business acumen too. So you're done. I go to onside. I think that's going to work out. It was an unmitigated disaster. What are you going to do? But I didn't go in it with, oh, it's going to be an unmitigated disaster. No, it developed that way. What are you going to do? And then I start this podcast and I'm thinking, well, we're going to try to do our best. And it's worked out. Now, it's worked out because, Sean and I run it and we don't really have anybody in our way to really create problems. That's been Sean and I's problem the last couple of years. The people we've associated ourselves with, kind of like, but you can't go into those situations with a negative attitude. And I wasn't marrying my wife thinking about divorce. That's ridiculous. I was with my wife for 6.5 years before we got married. And we just celebrated our 28th wedding anniversary. So we've been together, 34 years now? Now, actually 35 years now. Because 6.5, and now we're getting to 28.5 now. We're approaching. So, it's just one of those deals. But you never think about, well, what if oh man, you hope for the best. And hopefully it works out. Essential moving experts right there, baby. Sean Williams. We love Sean Williams and the great people out there at Essential Moving Experts. There's the number, 844-368-5750. Use my name, Big O, get $150 off. They make moving really easy, folks. Long moving services, home moving services, long distance moving, office relocation, county to county, state to state, city to city, across the county, across the country. Essential Moving Experts gets it done for you. 844-368-5750. That's 844-368-5750. Flat rates, no surprise charges, safe and efficient loading and unloading practices at all times. Please call Sean Williams. Folks, they have over 1,600 happy customers. 1,600. So they've been at it for a while. They've been taking care of a lot of people. Go make an appointment. Go to support@movinghelpdesk.com. That's support@movinghelpdesk.com. Essential Moving Experts. Tell them that Big O sent you. Moving was never so easy. Joseph Placetti, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Very nice of you. And don't forget, folks, to smash the like button while you're watching out there, while you're listening on the podcast. Please smash the like button. I can't look up Oliver Miller until the show is done. I'm locked in, LOL. I see. Oh, you got to be like on a phone, right? That's what it is. You're like not on a computer. It's probably what it is. I got you now. So Oliver Miller, draft pick, NBA. Let's see what comes out. 1982. Oh, but we're getting the fat one. We got to get the young one. I got to show you the young one first. You must see the young Oliver Miller. That's the thing. That's where, because, once you see Oliver Miller after, then you like freak out. Where is it? Trying to find it. Ray says, hey, audio, amazing quotes from Lowry. Hey, Lowry, lose 50 pounds or grasa, a.k.a. lard, and we can talk. Oh, man. So this was Oliver Miller after. You see? Do they have it here? Okay. I don't know why, but they okay, I see. I'm trying to find a picture without yeah. Oh, Kevin Duckworthless. I remember that guy. That's a big dude. Where's Oliver? Let me see. I know I saw a picture. Here it is. Here's Oliver Miller. Let me just give you guys a Oliver Miller. This is what Oliver Miller looked like at the end. I was trying to find something young, but I couldn't find it. So we just show you Oliver Miller towards the end with the Kings. He ate his way out of the league, basically. Yeah. He ate his way out of the league. Trying to find, Oliver Miller NBA rookie. How about that if we put that? Is this, let me see. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of looks like him right there. I think. Where the hell is it? Here we go. Yeah, this is young Oliver Miller right here. This is kind of young Oliver Miller right there. Yeah, here we go. Here's young. I'll show you Oliver Miller now. Well, when he first got in the league with Phoenix, with Les Suns. There you go. That's the Oliver Miller before he exploded. There you go. That's before, and then I showed you the after. He basically ate his way out of the league. Joseph Blasetti says, I enjoy helping the show. Finns fans here in Bangkok, Thailand. I like it. I like it. Oh, how about prenups? Is that thinking of divorce? Well, no. Well, hold on a second. That's a whole prenup is a whole different ballgame. Now, first of all, schmucks like me don't use prenups. I don't have any money. Now, the aforementioned Tom Cruise, and I meet this nice woman somewhere. Yeah, prenups. I'm not thinking of divorce. I'm just protecting myself. So yeah, that's different. That's a business move, not personal, but it's business. She may want to take it personal. Too bad, so sad. But you're not going to build up an empire and then have somebody come take half of it because they feel like it. No, that's not going to happen. I would not do that personally. If I built up an empire like that and then I met somebody, yeah, no, you're not getting half. No. Now, if I let's just say now, not that it'll ever happen, but let's just say I come into some money now. Somebody wants to buy our podcast and me and Sean, and they want to give us a bunch of money and all that good stuff and add it to something or whatever. Great. I don't mind sharing it with my wife because she's been with me for 34 years, 35 years, through thick and thin, health and hurt and whatever, she's been with me through everything. She's earned it. That I have no problem with. But yeah, I don't have a problem with a prenup if somebody already made their money, and then, in this world, you can't trust people. So yeah, I'm with you there. I shouldn't laugh. That's what happened to my baby mama, LOL. Giselle Brady needed a prenup, man. Marrying the poorish Tom Brady. Is Deshaun? Well, yeah, she needs a prenup from Tom. Is Deshaun Watson happy ending himself out of the league? I don't know. The good thing is it's not our problem. I love that part. I love that part. Love it, man. I love it. I think Tua is going to be a hell of a player, and I know Tua is not ever going to be a problem for this team because he's not that kind of dude. I'm just happy about that, dude. Really, really happy about that. You know, and yes, T-Bone is saying Bitcoin is up. Yeah, but I don't know if this run is real and sustainable because I don't see the economy improving yet. I don't see the supply chain improving yet. I don't see gas improving. I don't see the war ending. I don't see Ukraine back on track. Hell, are we now going to have problems with China now because of everything that's going on with their neighboring country that they all of a sudden think, oh, that's their territory? And the U.S. like, no. So what's going to happen there now? I don't know. You know, I know that Bitcoin's at 31 and all that good stuff, and it was at 32 almost. But I don't know if it's sustainable, to be quite honest with you. I'm just glad that there's been these dips, and I've been able to take advantage and get on board with some things, you know, like Chainlink that I now got at just at an absolutely discounted price, and I think it's going to be a monster. Another one that I'm getting on board with is Algorand now. Algorand is so cheap now. That's another one. So that's what I like, is that it's opening up the doors for me for other opportunities that we can take advantage of down the line, not just Cardano and not just Polygon and not just Ethereum and Avalanche and Bitcoin. And you know, there's a lot of really good companies right now that there's so many good deals. As long as you're willing to be patient and you're able to sit on it for a long time, you know, you'll be fine. But right now, man, things are pretty damn cheap. That's Zion before Zion. Yeah. Although, wait, hold on a second. Oliver Miller was in a sack of injuries. Oliver Miller was the very athletic fat man. He was very rerun from what's happening. And I know I lost a lot of you young people out there, but if you want, just put on YouTube rerun what's happening dancing and just freak out. That's all I got to say. Just freak out. A man that size moving like that, that's impressive. That's the kind of stuff that happens. So I'm just saying. What else do we have? When will you have the people from OK Coin? They will be back. They will be back next week. We will be talking a little crypto. All right. Let's it's not crypto, but cryptic. What are the Heat going to do? Because that's always cryptic. It's cryptic for Ira Winderman. It's cryptic for Anthony Chang. It's cryptic for anybody that's on that Heat beat trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do. So let's not talk crypto. Let's talk cryptic. What the hell are the Heat going to do? And you know who deciphers it? Anthony Chang and our liquor split Miami Heat report.
Let's tap into the latest with the Miami Heat and our liquor split app Miami Heat reports with insider Anthony Chang. Liquor Split is Miami's own online liquor store. Download, then tap the app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split. Here's Anthony Chang.
There he is. Liquor Split, baby. Remember, flat fee, no hidden charges. That is Miami's liquor store, so make sure you order it there. All right, Anthony, make sure you follow him on Twitter at Anthony_Chang. You met with the players yesterday. I will say this, and I was talking about it before you came on. Lowry saying that it was a wasted year bothered me. When you come in out of shape and you didn't take it serious, And, maybe on other squads, people won't talk about it, but on a team where you're required to be in shape, unless you're Kyle Lowry, I don't mind Jimmy Butler saying it was a wasted year because he left it all on the court. I can't say the same for Kyle Lowry. Really disappointed with the way he handled things this year, gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously his postseason wasn't great. It was definitely not what many expected when he signed with the Heat, or anybody expected when he signed with the Heat. I think in the regular season he was good. He missed a lot of time because of personal reasons, obviously out of his control, like we've talked about, Big O. But he was good in the regular season. He made a difference. He helped Jimmy and Bam kind of unlock different parts of their games. But look, the hamstring injury just derailed him and really the team. I know they won without him a lot, but we knew that they were going to need a healthy Kyle Lowry deep in the playoffs to really win. And they just didn't have that. He just wasn't himself. And, some again will point to his conditioning. Some will point to the injury. He missed a lot of time on and off throughout the regular season, which probably messed with his conditioning as well, kind of getting back, going in and out of, the lineup and, dealing with personal stuff that I'm sure that didn't help. But
Eat a salad, bro. Eat a salad when you're gone. Okay. All right, dude.
Sure.
He was in the kind of shit. You can't look like me and play point guard, bro. I'm sorry. You just can't. You cannot. It's just not. Did anybody ask him about his conditioning yesterday? And did he respond to it?
A few guys didn't speak. Most of the team didn't speak yesterday. It's voluntary, and he was one of them. We only got 6 players yesterday. It's a voluntary thing. Kyle did speak after the loss on Sunday, which he said he wasn't asked specifically about the conditioning, but he was saying that entering a full off season, kind of knowing what to expect within the Heat program, should help him, get off to a faster start next season. Now that he knows, what being a Heat player is like.
Let's hope so. All right. So again, we were just talking a little crypto, and I said, well, let's get to cryptic, which is always the Miami Heat, and you guys trying to figure out, and we're trying to figure out what the hell they're thinking and doing. So there's a lot of issues for this offseason. First of all, Tyler Hero, how is that going to be approached? Because he's a 6th man, not a max player. And so how do you handle that situation?
Yeah. Look, Tyler spoke yesterday. He says he wants to be a starter. We knew that. He's good enough to be a starter. The problem is, and I'll answer your question now, the problem is, how does his game complement Jimmy and Bam and Kyle's, right? If he's in that starting lineup with those 3, Tyler needs the ball in his hands to be at his best. We've seen that. He's at his best when he's running that second unit. He has the ball in his hands. He can create for himself and others. In a starting lineup with Bam, Jimmy, and Kyle, it's obvious he's not going to be in that same role. So that's my biggest question. Can he play off ball? Can he be as effective off ball? There's no doubt he's good enough to be a starter. It's just, how does he fit in that group? So that's number 1. Number 2, I'm sure the Heat will make it a priority to sign him to an extension. I'm sure of it. The problem is it going to be a max extension? History indicates it's probably not going to be a max. Again, like you said, he hasn't been a starter. This postseason wasn't great for him. There's still obviously a lot of room for him to improve. He's a very good scorer. Jaylen Brown got a little under the max a few years ago. Mikal Bridges, who's not the offensive player Tyler Hero is, but he was an all-defensive player, one of the top candidates for Defensive Player of the Year. I think it was 4 years, $90 million last year as an extension with the Suns. I think Tyler will get around that money. 4 years, maybe a little over $100 million he'll get offered. Will Tyler accept that? We'll see. I'm sure he's going to seek the max contract. That's obvious, right? The Heat will have until mid-October to figure that out. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Probably won't even happen in July. Usually the extension teams wait until last possible minute. They're not competing against anybody, right? There's no other team trying to get Tyler. They're the only team that can offer an extension. They have until October. So we're going to see how this plays out over the next few months.
Should be very interesting to see how they handle the Tyler Hero situation. Now, as for Bam Adebayo, here's the problem I have with all this Bam stuff that we talk about. We could talk about what we've talked about for the last couple of years, that Bam, maybe he'll take the next step here, next step there. The Heat can also tell us, hey, no, we play Bam this way, and this is how we play them, this and that. But you paid him max, and you play him like a role player. You don't play him like Alonzo Mourning. You don't play him like Shaquille O'Neal. You don't play him like, Chris Bosh. You don't run offense through him. You don't dictate offense through him. He's just simply a facilitator at times, is what he is. So how is anybody in the fan base or the media supposed to believe anyone in the Heat organization that Bam Adebayo is a franchise player when they don't play him that way? They don't allow him to dictate the role of the team. Jimmy Butler does. That's what franchise players do. That's what LeBron did. That's what Tim Hardaway did. That's what Alonzo Mourning did. I mean, I've watched it over and over again for many, many years. If you are the franchise player, well, then things are dictated through you.
Right.
This guy's a role player, is what he is. A really expensive role player. So it's either shit or get off the pot. Is he really going to be a franchise player? Are you really going to make him a franchise player? But please stop telling me he's a franchise player when you're telling me he's not, because this is how you play him. Dribble handoffs, picks, this, that, some rebounds, some defense, but you don't count on him, dude. It's almost like garbage baskets or whatever he can get off of everybody else, which is not what we're used to when it comes to a franchise player. So please answer this enigma for me.
We're going to disagree on this at the end of time, Big O.
Of course.
We've had this conversation many weeks, you and I. Look, does Bam need to improve offensively? Sure, he definitely does. That's obvious, right? He has a lot of room to grow. I don't think he's a role player at all. I think he's the best defensive player on the team. I think he anchors the defense. I know he doesn't block shots. It's not the traditional way of playing defense, but I think he's the best defensive player on the team. I think you can argue in the regular season, he was the best defensive player in the NBA. And there's two sides to the court. So if you're elite defensively, that's just as, a lot of times it's just as important on the offense.
How can you be elite defensively when you can't defend people your own size?
I think he can. He guarded. Look, against Embiid, how did he
use his ass?
When he stuck to Embiid the last few games of the series and didn't switch, and they kind of said you're going to fight through screens and stay on Embiid. Embiid wasn't 100%, but he made Embiid work, and Embiid did not have great games. I mean, you look at his numbers from those two games; he was inefficient. And Embiid is arguably the toughest cover at that position in the league.
I know, but it's a broken face and a fractured thumb. I mean, he's still pretty damn good with that.
Yeah, I think he shot under 50%, which for Embiid is bad, right below his standards. And he didn't really have a great, high scoring performance against Bam. I just think, yes, he needs to improve offensively. Is he a role player? I think no. But
my question is, Anthony, how does he improve offensively
when
they don't play him that way? Don't tell me that he needs to improve when you don't play him that way. So if you don't play him that way and he doesn't have the disposition of saying, give me the ball, because usually those guys will say, give me the ball, and complain about, well, they're not running the offense through me. Well, they're not using me. I was ready. They didn't use. I've covered these kind of teams over the years. I've covered the player that wants to be the player, and you're not giving him the chance. Bam doesn't complain about not being used, and they don't use him that way. So how am I supposed to believe that he can be that guy when you're not even trying to groom him to be that guy?
Right. Well, he averaged close to 20 points a game in the regular season.
Yeah, it's the most.
And Chris Bosh was. I'm not saying he's as good at offense as Chris Bosh. That's not what I'm saying. But there were games in the playoffs where Chris Bosh scored 0 points.
No, but
he scored 4 points.
But he was the third wheel, and he understood it, and he was playing a different role. But what I'm saying is, when Chris Bosh was in Toronto, everything ran through him.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? And so while he was the guy, when he came here, he had to assume a different kind of role. But you knew he had, what's that called?
No,
not the talent. He had he had the attitude of being an alpha because he was an alpha in Toronto. I haven't seen alpha from this guy.
No,
it's like watching Barkov and Huberdeau. There's no alpha in them.
Right.
There's
I think
I need to take over.
I think the assertiveness is definitely a fair criticism. Look, does he need to be more consistently assertive? Yes, there's no doubt. I mean, we saw it in Game 7, right? He took the shots that were available to him. He played well in Game 7.
Yeah.
He played well.
Two out of the 7, he did.
Two out of the 7, he played well, and he needs to have that consistently. And I think even he spoke about it. They asked, we asked him kind of what was your mentality entering Game 7. He said, I want to be more assertive. I think for him, again, look, I know he's 4 years into his career. Entering the NBA, he was seen as a defensive player, never going to be a great offensive player. That just wasn't him. He's never been a natural scorer that you just give him the ball. Even in college, like that wasn't him. He was a guy who rebounded, played great defense, and would clean up, would score second chance points, would get, like you said, off penetration. Guys would assist him for a basket, but he didn't create his own offense. This is new for him. He's improved, I would say. I think it's obvious he's improved offensively since he came into the league. Does he need to improve more? Definitely. This is not something that he's done or a role he's been used in during his career. And I think he will improve. I really do. I mean, I don't think he's ever going to be a 30-point scorer that you throw him the ball in the post and you let him lead the offense. I don't think that's him.
I just want him to be an SOB, bro. Yeah. I just want him to have a nasty streak in him that he feels compelled that he has to help Jimmy. That's what I want. I want a guy that's desperate because they've got to acquire or develop Jimmy's Batman or Robin. And what I mean by that is they got to find somebody that either is slightly better than Jimmy or just slightly under Jimmy, but it has to be a guy that is ready to rock with him every single night and attack, because it just can't be him alone. And then, all right, well, Tyler tonight, okay, Bam next night, okay, Kyle and Caleb help out, and then here's Struce and Duncan, and it just becomes a musical chairs of, okay, who's stepping up tonight? And Jimmy can't have that. You got to have that guy. That's what was missing in these playoffs.
Yeah,
missing
that's fair.
That other guy.
I think the Heat's hope was that Tyler would be that guy offensively for them, and he didn't have a great postseason. Then he got hurt, and who knows what would happen if Tyler was healthy in that Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, they still finished one shot away, and I know Tyler played in Game 7, but he basically missed that game too. He missed the last 4 games of the series, and he was, you could argue, their best offensive player in the regular season, even better than Jimmy most nights. I mean, he's the most natural scorer on the team. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that. Tyler is the most natural scorer on the team, and the Heat really missed him offensively against the Celtics.
Yeah, it's rough. All right, so what's your gut tell you? Are they going to make a move for another player? Are they going to package players? Because all right, so you look around. For some crazy ass reason, Bradley Beal wants to stay in Washington. Okay, so looks like that's not going to happen, which again, I still don't understand that. Embiid, I mean, let's not be ridiculous. The Sixers are not going to trade Embiid,
and especially not to the Heat.
Yeah, exactly. And then you've got Lillard, but he's 31. He's got a year left on a deal. It's really expensive, but it's only 1 year. How much are you going to trade? And you're talking about a player so is there another guy that's available out there? You know who I'm thinking of, by the way, and I don't know his contract situation because I just thought about it a little while ago. Jordan Schultz is starting here with us as an insider every week, and Jordan breaks NFL and NBA stories. Jordan also does the Pull-Up podcast with CJ McCollum. And I was just wondering, what is McCollum's deal in with the Pelicans? Because I'm going to ask
right now.
I'm going to ask Jordan, but because he was traded there, and that's the kind of guy that Jimmy needs. Actually, that's exactly the kind of guy that would be perfect for Jimmy. Mature type player. New Orleans is not a place that you're going to get free agents anyways. So so I don't know what is his contract situation, because it's with Lillard. I get that one and the age, but CJ's a little younger. Were you able to pull it up?
Yeah, he has 2 years left on his deal. And and CJ, again, I don't cover CJ. I don't cover the Pelicans. Seemed like CJ was pretty invested in New Orleans and
Yeah.
he wanted to go there and wants to, kind of make that team a winner. And they had some success late in the season. If Zion comes back next year, so I don't know his appetite for leaving. I also would argue CJ is a very good player, but if you're talking about CJ or Tyler at 22 years old, I would argue that maybe, I think Tyler's probably worth keeping in that deal because he's younger. He has the potential to be a CJ type player, offensively.
See,
But
that's the key right there, doggy. You
Yeah.
just said it. Potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gets you fired. That brings you down. I mean, potential. Well, we've been waiting for the potential with Bam. We're waiting for the potential with Huberto and Barkov.
Yeah.
I mean, potential will drag your ass into the ground. CJ McCollum is a stud right now. That like next year, if you go into the playoffs with that guy opposite of Butler, he has his Robin all of a sudden now. You know what I'm saying? I just throw it out there because I don't know about all the other disgruntled players.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying CJ's disgruntled. I'm just saying I know that the Lillard one is a little tough.
Donovan Mitchell's the other popular one.
Embiid and what's it called?
Beal.
The kid from Washington, Beal just doesn't look realistic right now. So where would the Heat go is what I'm saying. So is there another name? I just kind of pulled CJ out of nowhere. Is there another name of somebody out there that could be a good Robin or even a Batman?
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell's the popular one.
Right.
Among the ones you didn't list. But again, it's going to take one of those guys saying, I don't want to be here anymore. Because none of those teams are trading those guys.
Plus, they're trying to trade Rudy Gobert now, not him.
Right. They're trying to build around Donovan Mitchell, according to reports. So I don't think, unless Donovan Mitchell says Utah, I do not want to be here. I'm not playing here anymore. Like pulls a James Harden, basically. I don't see how they're going to try to trade him. So some of this is out of the Heat's control, or all of this is out of the Heat's control at this point. Right?
Yes.
You kind of just have to wait for someone to become available, and then, if you're the Heat, your only thing you can control is to have assets on your roster that you could deal and make an attractive offer. Tyler, I think, is still an attractive asset, right? He's young.
Yeah.
We've talked about potential. 6th man of the year. He's a guy who he averaged 20 points this year. He could average 25 points in his peak, 25 plus points a game. It'd be a really good scorer for you. They have a contract that can help facilitate a deal because of the salary on it. Duncan Robinson, we can make numbers match. Omar Yurtseven is an affordable contract, a guy with potential and was impressive this year. And now they have picks to trade after unlocking those picks in the KZ Okpala trade with the Thunder this season. So the Heat are in position where they could, if someone does become available, they have the assets to make an attractive offer if they want to. So I think that's all the Heat can control at this point.
Well, Devin Jordan's looking to really take this show off the rails now. He's going to ask you, Chang, would you trade for Zion? I think he means Williamson, not Nelson. Yeah. I think he means Williamson. So what do you do? If you trade for Williamson, do you close all supermarkets and convenience stores? Is that what you do? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I personally would want nothing to do with that guy, but you go ahead.
Yeah. Obviously Zion is talented. He's one of the best, considered one of the best young players in the league, even though he's always hurt and he hasn't played many games. But that's a big concern. He's not available, right? You just don't know what his body is so unique. Like, how can that hold up? It hasn't held up so far. The other thing is, if you're building around Bam,
maybe he can ask Lowry for tips. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The problem is also if you're building around Bam and Jimmy still in this situation, you're adding another guy that can't shoot threes to that core. Yeah. It's already unique as it is with the Heat that their two best players aren't 3-point shooters. It's kind of like, that's a tough part about this offensively, is you need guys around them to complement them. You basically need all shooters around those guys for this to work. So I just don't see, it's the same thing in the Giannis conversation. Giannis is so good that it probably didn't matter, but it was always like, how would Giannis fit here with Bam and Jimmy? It's like your 3 best players are non-shooters. So that's tough to fit.
You probably have to add an extra chef if you bring in Williamson. I'm sorry. I just keep thinking about all the other things they're going to be. I mean, listen, like guys will be going like racing for the food because once Lowry and Williamson get to it, there's nothing left. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it is a good way for Jimmy and Tyler and the boys to stay skinny because those guys obviously would, kind of finish everything else off. All right. Caleb Martin. What's going to happen with Caleb Martin if Lowry doesn't eat him? I'm sorry.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself,
What's
Rio.
going to happen with Caleb Martin? How are they going to keep
Yeah.
him, not Lowry eat him? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, he's a restricted free agent, so he'd have the right
good.
to match any offer.
No poison
the
pill
issue is
crap to screw them or all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's rules now where that's not as much of an issue, but sure. I mean, a big outside offer, the Heat are going to have a line, right? They're not going to pay if someone offers Caleb 15 mil a year. Like, I don't even know if the Heat can. They don't have his bird rights, so they need to fit him into some type of exception to make it work. So pretty much the most you could probably offer him because you're over the cap is a full mid level, which is like 10 mil a year, which I think that's probably enough to keep him. But the Heat have to decide how they're going to be over the tax probably because of all the salaries they have on their books right now. So they have to decide how big of a tax bill do they want to pay, right? And is Caleb worth it at that point? So we'll see. Caleb wants to stay. The Heat have interest obviously in keeping him. He's a very productive player, two-way player, young guy that helped develop. They don't like losing guys they develop. We've seen it,
but
right?
Dude, they could have used him a couple times here down the stretch, and they kind of kept him on the bench.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me going, I think they don't want to showcase this kid a little too much because there's somebody's going to make an offer because really, you were playing. Here's a guy who brings more on the defensive side of the ball, and you kind of needed some stops. And I'm looking at Caleb on the bench, and I'm going, well, he's one of your best perimeter defenders. Why is he on the bench? You know what I mean? And I kept thinking, because I'm so damn cynical from this business for 30 years, I'm going, these guys don't want to showcase him too much because then they lose him. And they want to, and I got to say, I kind of agree with it because, man, I don't want to lose Caleb Martin. He's one of my favorite young players that they've been able to unearth. I like that kid, man.
Yeah, he's a very intriguing young player because of what he brings on both sides. I think they went with Victor Oladipo more than Caleb in the conference finals because they didn't have Tyler and they needed another ball handler out there to help take some of the pressure off of Jimmy and Kyle a little bit.
It's not deferring to experience because he did the same shit with Gabe when at times he should have been playing Gabe instead of Lowry, and he kept Lowry in there just like he did with Oladipo. And I almost felt like he was doing the veteran thing, that he was deferring to the experience. You know what I'm saying? Instead of going with the young guy, which at that moment, some of those young, I think sometimes what we all lose sight in, the Heat got there, of course, because of Jimmy Butler. But dude, these young guys really helped out a lot also.
Yeah. And the good thing is for the Heat is Max and Gabe, they have options in their deal, but obviously the Heat are going to exercise those options. Minimum contracts next year.
Yeah.
So that's and Omar Yurtseven too. We'll see what happens with Dwayne Dedmon. He's a free agent. Whether the Heat bring him back might depend on how comfortable they feel with Omar Yurtseven maybe being the backup center next season.
Tear it up in July, baby. Tear it up in July.
Yeah,
Summer
we'll
League.
see if we'll see if he plays in Summer League. I think the expectation is he will play, but it's not 100% yet. But if he does, he'll be the Max Strus of this year's Summer League, where it's going to be all him. They're going to run everything through him and see how much he could do without responsibility.
There you go. They're going to do what they don't do with Bam here. Okay. Follow him on Twitter at Anthony_Chang. Catch his work there at the Miami Herald. And, of course, you can catch him twice a week here doing his thing. He'll be back on Friday with our liquor split Miami Heat report. Anthony, as always, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
Always, Big O. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Don't forget, flat fee of $2.99 there. So go to Liquor Split, download the app, iOS or Android. You will love it. Order the drinks, order the snacks. That's what it's all about, a little Liquor Split, and you will enjoy it. All right? Trust me. All kinds of stuff, man. You want a little vodka. You know, you want to get a little beer. You can enjoy it all. A little wine. A little wine is fine. A little liquor is quicker. You know, that's what it's all about, folks. So make sure you get on there and get a little tequila action going on. A little Monteban, a little Adictivo tequila, a little 1800 Cristalino, 1800 coconut. Looking at all these different tequilas that they've got there. Oh, man. They got Don Julio. If you want to enjoy a little Don Julio, they've got that. They've got pages of all kinds of tequila there at Liquor Split. So make sure you check it out. Hornitos Plata. Look at that, man. That is a ton. A little Jose Cuervo. Right. So check it out at Liquor Split and download the app. That is your Liquor Split Miami Heat report.
You're now tapped into the latest with the Miami Heat. This has been the Miami Heat Liquor Split Report with insider Anthony Chang. Download the Liquor Split app and enjoy your favorite drinks at wholesale prices. Delivered right to your door in minutes with a flat fee of $2.99. VIP lifestyle without the VIP prices. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
Yeah. Tap it, baby. Tap that app. That's what it's all about. Liquor Split. Yeah. Gonna like that. Tell them that Big O sent you too on top of all of it. All right. Let's see. Welton Rayom text line 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Let's see. One guy says it sucks because I love the Heat so much, and it hurts to see my favorite team get held back by one lousy player in Bam. Bam's not lousy. Okay, he's limited on the offensive end. He's not really a offensive stud, but you can't. Now, let's not misunderstand any of this. Okay, you can win with Bam. You can. Now, since Bam is not going to be a focal point of your offense, and he's not going to be one of your horses on offense, what you need to do is make sure you have a shooting guard, okay, or a power forward that happens to be a nasty scorer next to Jimmy Butler. You play Butler as small forward, go get yourself a starting shooting guard that is nasty. You want to play Jimmy at starting shooting guard, then go get yourself a small forward that's nasty next to Jimmy. Or go find yourself a power forward that can score and stretch and all that kind of stuff. But you've got to find that other player next to Butler. And then with the shooters that you have and everything else around Bam, it doesn't put the same pressure on Bam. But as long as you don't have the Batman or the Robin next to Jimmy Butler, this puts the pressure on Bam, on Lowry, on Tyler, on all these cats that somebody has got to step up. And that's why you have this whole rotational crap that goes on. And it's just like, you don't know who to pick. It's ridiculous because you don't know who's going to show up, which makes no sense. Pisses you off in a way, So, let's see what it is. What do we have here? We don't have to get past New England. We just need to beat the scrub teams that we lose to in the past and keep us out of the playoffs. But the Pats, we should do good against them. Heck, Tua's never lost against the genius. Yeah, you still got to get past the Pats, man. You still want to dominate in your division as much as possible because Buffalo is going to be a pain in the ass. All right. All right, folks. It is time to start turn the page now and bring on my man Jordan Schultz and the Schultz Report, brought to you by redrecover.com. Jordan, I've known for a long time, and now I am proud to have him part of the family here every week. He's going to join us every Wednesday at this time We'll go through the NFL and the NBA since he breaks stories like crazy in both leagues. And obviously he knows both leagues inside and out. So we'll be able to talk Heat, Dolphins, and NBA and NFL with Jordan. And we will do that next.
RedRecover.com presents the Schultz Report with NFL and NBA insider Jordan Schultz. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors like yourself assist your body's own healing and recovery with red light therapy. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's insider Jordan Schultz.
All right, there he is, or maybe not. I don't know. It's an empty chair as a debut. I guess he wanted to get something to drink. Who knows? You know, maybe he's just powdering, his face there, putting up some makeup. Who knows what he's doing? But we'll see. We'll get him. There he is.
Oh, I started to get some water. That's all.
That's all right. There we go. Trying to get makeup and everything so you can look good or something. Is that what you're doing? Also?
No, I'm good to go.
How you feeling, man? You feeling good?
Doing great. It was a hell of a series. I picked Miami to go to the finals. I thought, a lot of Heat fans are disappointed with that Jimmy Butler shot, but I can tell you, as a shooter, he was in rhythm. He had dominated the whole game. He had just made that shot earlier. It's a walk-in open three on the perimeter. Yeah. And, he didn't – did anybody in Miami want that game to go to overtime? No.
No, and he didn't have any gas left. That's why he took that three, dude. It's because he wasn't getting any help anyway.
Yeah.
So he hit a few. So
look, he was incredible.
Was it a bad decision? Yeah, technically it's a bad decision by him because that's not his strength. But he was hitting them. The only reason you're there is because of Jimmy Butler. I think Heat Nation can live with him taking that three and even missing it because I think deep down inside we all know nothing happens without that guy anyway.
100%.
So, you know what I mean? By the way, he has their Jordan Schultz. It's Schultz_report is his Twitter, not Jordan Schultz. Okay?
Jordan Schultz is just my Instagram.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So there you go.
I didn't know what to put.
Yeah. So I don't know, but just in case his Twitter is Schultz_report. That one that he's showing there is the Instagram, just in case. But anyway, so first of all, your boy CJ McCollum, bro, he's going to ESPN. How about that? Doing a little stint over there on ESPN. That's pretty cool.
Well, he is a journalism major. He went to Lehigh, and long before he had these NBA dreams, when he was a 5'6", 110-pound freshman in Canton, Ohio, he wanted to be a journalist. And so I'm really happy for him. He's going to be great. I don't think people understand that haven't heard him talk basketball, just how good he is breaking things down, and he's such a cerebral player because I think, he was never the most athletic or the fastest or the biggest guy. And that's translated to the way he breaks down the game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him in the finals.
And by the way, the pull-up pod you do with CJ, tell them about it so they can check out the pull-up pod with you and CJ McCollum.
I have a pull-up pod thing here. Hold on, see if I can find it. Hold on, give me 2 seconds here. You're gonna love this.
All right. So Jordan does a pod with CJ McCollum. He's been doing it for a while.
Here we go. I found it.
And so that's why
little pull-up pod.
Bring it up.
Little helmet.
There you go. How about that?
Pod. Helmet.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a good one. My buddy made this. We did, 2 years of the pod. Got a Webby nom, which is great. I don't really know what that means, but and he's when the opportunity presented itself a few years back, we were good friends, but I didn't know him as well as I do now, obviously, and I remember we did our first test pod, and you never know how things are going to go because, especially with the current athlete, what's their schedule going to be, what's their real interest. But he took it full on and really prepared and surprised me because I thought this guy's, in the prime of his career, and I don't know how interested he's going to be able to, how much time he'll be able to generate for the podcast, given his schedule of playing 82 games every year and being, a great player. And he really stepped it up, and it's been great. So I'm really fortunate, and he's become a great friend. And we just celebrated his 30th birthday in San Diego. It was very fun.
That is cool, and he looks like a cool dude. So let me ask you an NBA question. Down here, Pat Riley has kind of made it a career of targeting that disgruntled player somewhere else: Alonzo, Timmy, Shaq, Mason, LeBron, Bosh, Jimmy Butler. So he doesn't fail. He finds the guy. Lowry last year, right? He finds the guy. And so they've been able to acquire it. I believe that right now, I don't see a Robin or a Batman developing for Jimmy here. So I do believe that Miami needs to acquire a Batman or a Robin to take advantage of this window that they have with these guys, because obviously they're up in years there. Sixers aren't trading Embiid. I have no idea why Beal wants to stay in Washington. Lillard is up there in years, and it's a lot of money, like $40 million on the upcoming deal. Mitchell's the other guy in Utah. What are the realistic options? What are you hearing around the league? And by the way, CJ McCollum will look really, really nice here.
He's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. New Orleans just got him.
I'm just saying he would look good here in Miami. And,
I'm going to throw two names at you. First of all, you mentioned Mitchell. Why wouldn't Mitchell be the perfect fit for Miami? Another attacking.
He is, but they want to trade Gobert, and they want to build around Mitchell, apparently. So now is Mitchell going to tell him, no, I'm out of here too? So it's Quinn Snyder, Gobert.
Well, Quinn Snyder's gone. Quinn Snyder, I think there's no question that's been brewing. And, I know there's been reports that they don't want to trade potentially both of them, but that they're not thrilled to trade Gobert either. To me, when I think about what Miami needs, Donovan Mitchell is the perfect guy. He's just a great complement to Jimmy. He's a great guy, similar in terms of attacking style, can play with the ball in his hands, but also off the ball as an ancillary ball handler. He is a terrific young superstar. And I know he didn't play great in the playoffs, but that Utah team was super flawed. And it really wasn't on him. They didn't surround him with enough pieces, and he wasn't really surrounded to make him look good. So when I think about what Miami could do, you mentioned this window. They're a very good team right now. Bam is terrific. Jimmy's terrific. Tyler's the sixth man of the year. If you really want to win a championship, to me, you got to go all in on one of two guys. Donovan Mitchell, and here's the other guy, Zion Williamson.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
No.
because you have to Miami, you're not in the position where you can't gamble. You have to gamble. And Zion,
did you watch Kyle Lowry? Between him and Zion, every drive
you have to take a gamble.
Closed down.
You got to gamble on, because it's so hard to get a star. But I never really felt like Zion wanted to be there. If there's ever an opportunity to get him, it's going to be right now, before he signs the big deal.
Zion's going to come to Miami and play Heat basketball and become a Heat player.
If you're Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, you have to believe that your system can get him in the great shape that he needs to be in. That's what it does for everyone.
That's a reach, bro. That's a reach. What is Miami? And what is Miami giving up in return for Mr. Drive-Through?
I would give up as many picks as is needed. Maybe you have to maybe you give up I don't know if New Orleans would take on the Duncan deal at $90 million, but you obviously have to give up a big piece. It can't be Bam or Butler.
Right. Yeah. Or
and
Tyler.
I love Tyler. So, but I just think when it comes down to the Heat, you mentioned this window. The East is up for grabs right now. There are some very good teams, Milwaukee, obviously Boston, Philadelphia, but you have a chance to break through. You were right on the cusp of it this year, and one of those two guys could take you over the top.
Wow. I just look at that situation. I'm like, man, it just, what do you do there, bro? I just, they got to do something. I believe they've got to shake it up a little bit here and try to do something. So Zion's the only other guy. Damn it.
Well,
man.
he's not the only other guy. And I mean, do you guys want Julius Randle?
No, God.
Maybe you can go out and get RJ Barrett. That's another guy that, has been rumored. You ask around the league and you start to hear the same names over and over. RJ Barrett, Julius Randle. These are names that you hear. Maybe
stuff that the Knicks screwed up in is
well,
what we hear.
I'll give you one more name that I haven't heard attached to Miami, but I think could make a lot of sense is De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah.
But then what do you do with Lowry then?
Well, the Lowry contract is tough. It's tough. He's 37. Clearly, he doesn't have a lot left in the tank.
Here's where I disagree with you on that one. Even badly overweight, because he needs to lose 30 pounds.
Yeah.
He still did some things that
he was pretty brutal in the last couple of games.
I know, but if he actually took off the 30 pounds, I think it would allow him to do what his mind wants him to do.
But he's never been that guy, though. He's never been in great shape.
I know, but he's in Miami now. This is the part that's so screwed up. You've never done this with any other player. Every player that's ever come through the Riley regime always has to get in line.
Yeah.
And how you allowed this guy not to do it. And this is the part that's very intriguing to me that I don't know. And you know how the Heat is the hardest organization to find any damn information. There's always weight clauses and things like that in all these deals. Did you not include it in this one so you can't enforce it? Or yeah, because that's just, it is so unheat-like what they've done with him. And it's not good. It's not a good precedent to set.
Well, yeah, but even regardless of if they get Lowry, let's say Lowry loses 15 pounds and gets in better shape. They need quickness. They need, electricity. And that's why I mentioned Fox. Clearly Sacramento, I thought it was just a brutal trade to give away Halliburton, basically, for Sabonis. But they did draft Davion Mitchell, so he's there. And maybe you can pry De'Aaron Fox away. He wasn't someone they were thrilled to try and move, but he's not one of these guys that's completely off the table. And he'd be the kind of guy, this young, explosive playmaker that, inline to inline is so electric that could really help.
But Tyler has to go in that deal.
Tyler would probably have to go in that deal. I love Tyler. I mean, don't Heat fans love Tyler?
Yes, they do. But here's the problem we have now with Tyler. He wants to be a starter, but he's only proven to be a six man. Is he going to want max money? So, because here's my problem with the Bam situation. Don't tell me that Bam's going to improve and this and that, and that, he's not a focal point of the offense because we don't make him that. Well, what, dude, why'd you pay him max? And why do you play him this way? If you play him this way, it's because you're telling me he can't be a franchise offensive player. You're playing him with dribble handoffs and picks and doing all the dirty work. So he's like a really expensive, role player. And I get it if you want to play him that way, but now you've overpaid him to be that player. So what are you going to do with Tyler? Are you going to pay Tyler max money when he's a six man? Because he hasn't proven to be a starter yet. He can't play defense like you really need him to play, although I will give it to him. He has improved in that area. So I will give him that, okay? But it's
20
really
points a game, very efficient, 6 man of the year. That's a very
is that max money?
Even at that, he's very valuable, and he's still a very young player. I think he. To me, I look at Tyler and I feel like he's a big part of their future. But they need it. They do need more speed, man. They just look slow. Boston has this ability to, and this is why I thought Boston was, potentially the toughest matchup for Golden State. Was Boston has this ability to play so many different lineups with flexibility. If when Robert Williams wasn't available, then they can play Grant at the 5 and go small. If Robert Williams is on the floor, then you have this great lob threat who can also run the floor like a gazelle, and you can play big and long. Boston has so much flexibility in their lineup that Miami doesn't. I mean, really, if you look at it, it's amazing that series went to 7, considering the fact that Jimmy was essentially on one leg and you didn't have Tyler either.
It's amazing. All right, let me switch gears here. Let's move over to the NFL. You broke the story of Melvin Ingram coming to the Miami Dolphins a couple weeks ago, 10 days ago, whatever the hell it was. We are wondering, what's the word with J.C. Tretter? Because that's the only other free agent that Dolphin fans have clamored for, because Michael Dieter is the starting center.
Yeah, I know.
Connor Williams are experimenting there. I still think he ends up at left guard next to Teron Armstead. I think that was their vision. But really, there is no competition really for Dieter right now. Not that Tretter would be competition. He would be the starter.
Tretter's a top 5 center.
Right, exactly. What the hell are you hearing?
Well, here, I'll tell you, I've been probing a lot on that. And here's the deal with Tretter. At his age, he only wants to play for a winning team. And that's not to say he wouldn't go to Miami, but he's very specific about what he's looking at. Winning team, situation where, he doesn't want to like be at OTAs right now. He's at the point of his career where he's done a really good job with his money. He doesn't need the money. He wants to be in a healthy, stable organization with a really good offensive line and a team that can win. So, Miami's in that mix. Put the organization stuff aside with Mr. Ross. But in terms of the offensive line, the offense, and the team that's really, in my opinion, ascending, they're one of those like 3 or 4 teams that makes a lot of sense. The center position is so underrated in this league. Everyone talks left tackle. The center position, especially for a young quarterback like Tua, can make a massive difference. Massive. Yes. And J.C. Tretter is fantastic. He's a little older, but he's a top 5, top 8 center. One of the things that I was told was because he's the head of the PA, some teams, for example, like a Baltimore, might not rush to go sign him. They don't want to deal with some of the other stuff. I don't see Miami as that type of team. So to me, when I think about great fits, there's like 3 or 4, and the Dolphins are one of them. But he's in no rush. So if a deal were to get done with Tretter, it wouldn't be imminent, but I wouldn't rule it out either for you.
But it would have to be like by early next month, right? Because right before training camp,
that's true. No, but that's not imminent. That's right, a month. Right. We're talking about a month away.
What other teams? What other teams are competition for Miami for J.C. Tretter? What other targets are there out there?
Well, Seattle could use a center. Posick went to Cleveland, but that's not a winning team.
And they don't have a quarterback right now. They're like kind of in they're in transition. So
let me ask around on that. I can. That's an easy. I'll ask around on that. All I've been told the last month or longer even was he's taking his time and he wants to potentially play, but wants to be on a contender. When I think about like pieces that you could add this late,
that's him.
The value. There's not anybody more valuable than J.C. Tretter at this point.
No.
And June 1st, all these teams get this new money now. So.
Miami already had money.
Yeah, that's true.
They already have money. They're flushed.
That's fair.
They're flushed. And by the way, they basically lost Mike Gesicki now. Whether he fits the scheme or not, who gives a shit? After Njoku's deal, that guy Gesicki's had a better career than Njoku already.
Yeah, he got tagged, and then so he'll make like 12 or something this year.
Yeah,
something like that. So, but yeah, I mean, so you're saying, there's no way they bring it back in a year.
No, because he's going to ask for. My God, Darren Waller hasn't signed his yet, and not that Gesicki
is really a wide receiver.
Not Darren Waller. Gesicki's not Darren
Waller. Waller, where he's kind of a wide receiver hybrid tight end.
Right, but he hasn't accomplished what Waller's accomplished.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
So you can't, but he's better than Njoku, even though Njoku physically, athletically is an Adonis. I get it, but his stats are not better than Gesicki's. Gesicki has been better in a pretty difficult situation, actually, whereas Njoku has been in an offense that can run the hell out of the ball at times. So, it's to me, the Dolphins must have been like, this league must be going batshit right now, because owners are like, Cleveland effed up our QB clock now. We're giving this guy a fully guaranteed deal. just like what Gruden did with the Raiders, and then Carolina got suckered with their guy,
Darnold?
and then Jacksonville. No, I'm talking about the head coach.
Oh,
because
Matt
they
Rule.
gave Gruden $10 million a year, and now they had to give
Matt
the
Rule.
the Carolina guy, and then Urban and Stinky Fingers Myers had to get all that money. So it's been a disaster paying running backs, paying head coaches, and now
Linebackers
guaranteed
too.
deals to quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
that's
fair.
crazy.
No, I think Gesicki's going to have a huge year, though. I think he's going to be a big time year. So somebody's going to pay him. You're right.
Yeah, I just don't think it's Miami now. So we'll see. Hunter Long better develop, man.
I like Hunter Long. Good player.
Yeah.
Good young player.
And he kind of fits more what they do
That's
here
true.
because he's
That's
a little more of a blocker.
Yeah.
And they kind of want they want you to look more like Kittle actually than a receiver. They want you to be able to pick up some blocks. Although I think they're going to use Gesicki in the secondary blocking, picking up safeties and corners and all those things, not D-line. They're not going to put him close to the line. But
you don't want him blocking linebackers and ends.
No.
He's 220 pounds.
No. All right, Jordan, what are you working on so folks can follow you on Twitter and check you out?
I tell you what, I'm gonna get you some more Treader info. I'll do that for sure.
Thank you.
There's still some free agents available: Kenny Stills, Anthony Barr, Sheldon Richardson. There's still some pretty good players available. I'll be interested to see what happens there. But I'm gonna come back to you with some more intel. I got you.
All right, you got it. Appreciate it. Follow him on Twitter at Schultz_report. Follow him also on Instagram at Jordan Schultz.
I'm on TikTok now. Woo!
And you're on TikTok. We opened up an account. I'm not using it yet.
What are you? At Big O?
At Big O Show. Big O Radio Show.
I'm gonna follow you right now.
Thank you. We will do the
All right,
same.
brother.
All right, my man. We will catch you next week, my friend. I appreciate
Great
you.
to be part of the show.
And we'll track you on Twitter if you get any Treader news.
You got it. And thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
Hey, pleasure, man. Welcome to the family. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you. All right.
Appreciate you. That is the Schultz Report.
This has been the Schultz Report with insider Jordan Schultz. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light. With videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
I love it. And you're going to love RedRecover.com. It promotes faster muscle recovery following your workouts, and it expedites the healing time from sprains and strains. That is why pros, amateurs, and recreational athletes use Red Recover. Go to redrecover.com. Use my code Big O to get $150 off. There you go. And if you're looking to serve our community right there, baby, flpdjobs.com. They are hiring certified police officers. So if you want to get out of New York, where they don't treat you that well, come on down to Fort Lauderdale. You want to get out of Chicago, come on down to Fort Lauderdale. So come on down and call the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Good stuff there. We thank Jordan as always. We will talk. Looking forward to it in a couple minutes here at the top of the hour. Craig Mish is going to join us. We're going to talk a little baseball and a little Marlins too. We'll do that every single week. So we'll have some fun here, rounding out the programming. Irving, let's see. What do you got there? It says it's not exactly going to happen. Big O. Mike Gesicki just wants a respectable deal. It's about the money. He would have not signed the franchise tag, and he would have went to arbitration. Nah, Irving, that sounds great in theory. He's going to go for the cash, bro. He's going to go for the cash. I just worry deals like the Njoku one, they just become so irresponsible. It screws up the market. By the way, Irving, I want you to realize who your general manager is. He doesn't really give away a lot of big deals. He just doesn't hand them off like that. So I'm not saying that I want him gone. I'm just telling you that the Njoku deal just kind of clouds the water. That's the sad part. You know, a lot of times when sports and business collide, we do something called the KSDT Sports Business Report. All right, sports and business collide. This is an interesting story. You guys know I'm a big crypto guy, right? I talk crypto all the time. OK Coin, proud sponsor of our show. Well, how about this? The NBA is benefiting from crypto in a big-time way. Cryptocurrency companies have fueled NBA sponsorships to a revenue record of $1.6 billion in the 21-22 season, according to IEG. That's up 13% from $1.4 billion in 2021. And in the 18-19 season, the National Basketball Association raked in $1.2 billion in sponsorships in agreements, which include for arena naming rights, for companies to put their names on logos, players' jerseys, and the cryptocurrency category sponsorship spending spree is like nothing we've ever seen before. Crypto partnerships are now the second most lucrative sponsorship category for the NBA, only behind technology categories, which, by the way, crypto kind of is tech too. You know, that's kind of the way Bitcoin is looked at. Among the NBA crypto deals this season was a league agreement with crypto trading platform Coinbase. CNBC reported that deal is worth $192 million over 4 years. The NBA, it estimates to pay the NBA over $100 million annually, including banks, telecom, merchandise. According to IEG, companies spending at least $50 million include Anheuser-Busch, Pepsi, and AT&T. Among the big four sports league, the NBA ranks third in sponsorship revenue. The NFL is number one with $2 billion in sponsorships for its deals in 21. And CNBC is reporting MLB made $1.7 billion last year, and the NHL secured $676 million in sponsorships last year. So cryptocurrency becoming a big part of sponsorships in the NBA. About that. So if you head into a little money, then call my friends at KSDT CPAs. They will definitely take care of you. All right. Business and personal. KSDT CPAs. We'll be there on the 17th, broadcasting live, having some fun. All right, let's get ready for hour number 5 of the program. Yeah, 5, baby. Hour number 5, Craig Mish. We will step into the batter's box. It is time to talk a little baseball with Craig Mish next.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help. Time to step in the batter's box with one of the best insiders covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins, Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation. 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLAlaw.com. Here's insider Craig Mish.
Is my buddy, friend. You know, this dude, by the way, like, he didn't need any sponsorship or none of this stuff. He was like, no, dude, I'll come out every week. I said, no. We're going to do business the right way. And so I'm just happy to have you on, man, and share some time. And did you like your open? It was satisfactory there.
Very well done. very surprised to have a nice little graphic open there. I wish I could write cursive like I used to in like
Oh God,
elementary
yeah,
school. Yeah.
definitely, man.
Do
That's
they
all
still
Sean
teach
said.
cursive anymore? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so. I
Yeah.
don't think so. I don't remember my daughter even writing in cursive.
Me
Now that I
either.
think about it.
Yeah.
And she just finished school. So yeah, I don't remember. But
Congrats.
Sean Stanley, by the way, the man that puts it all together. So we gotta give some love to Sean. You and I have been talking sports, and we've known each other for a long, long time and
We
worked
have.
together also in other projects. And we've worked together in fantasy. And
We have.
yeah, I told the story 25 years ago. I'm there, battling with Greg Reed, who's telling me we broadcast, not narrowcast. And I'm battling with Duff Lindsay and Josh Darrow, people that I love and I'll work with every day of the week and twice on Sundays. And I'm telling them about 25, 26, 27 years ago, hey, look, this fantasy football thing, it's going to be big. It's going to be so big, it'll get two baseball players to fight about it down the line, okay? And so, Craig, you and I have been on this fantasy thing forever. You and I did a fantasy show in a strip club.
We did.
For a whole season. So, all that. Yes. We Craig and I have a track record, okay?
I have a very similar story to you than that one as well. With
I'm sure because
let me share mine.
We've been fighting this good fight for a while.
Let me share mine. So this probably goes back at the end of my term at one of the local radio stations here as well. There was so I had a sponsorship that I brought, of course, because that's what we do, right? I had a sponsorship with FanDuel for the entire football season, like free money for the radio station, So I'll never forget doing that. They buried me. They put me on it. Look, it was DFS, Daily Fantasy. They buried me at like 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. They were so scared that it was gambling or whatever. And I'll never forget sitting down with the program director and him pulling me into the office. And he said, listen, we're gonna allow this, but I just want to let you know my feelings on a couple of things. Probably goes back about 15 years ago. Number one, nobody cares about fantasy football. It's only the people who play it. I'm like, I don't think you're right about this, but okay, fine. And the other thing is gambling is never going to be legal in the United States. So we don't want any sports wagering. We don't want any gambling talk whatsoever on the air. I know you like to talk about it, but it is not going to happen. So just completely, ignore it. Forget about it. It is not the wave of the future. Fantasy sports and gambling. Those are the two things that I was told that you can't do. I think I lasted maybe 1 or 2 more weeks on the station. And that was I knew at that point that was the end for me.
I know, I as I've talked about before, what happens with us in our business, people don't know this, that a lot of our bosses have never done what we've done. So it's hard for them to tell us what really works and what doesn't when we're the ones actually doing the job. You know what I mean? But it's just, that's just the way it is, man. But it's just crazy how now we have the Tommy Pham Peterson situation. And by the way, no, they threw Mike Trout into this thing now. Which Tommy was like, oh, Mike Trout's the worst commissioner in the history of fantasy football.
Yeah.
And by the way, I hate to be, a little cruel on this. Okay, so Mike Trout doesn't do a good job of promoting his own league and himself. You want him running your fantasy football league too at the same time? I don't think he's going to use a lot of energy for that either. You might have picked somebody else that might be a little bit more motivated and into it. You know what I mean? Mike Trout is a fabulous player, one of the greatest players of all time. But damn, dude, he is just as quiet and unassuming as it gets, man. It's just crazy stuff.
Yeah,
really
a lot of this is brought to the light. I've known about this for a long time. I don't know how far I can go with it, but I have played in the past and still do currently play, Big O, with and I am part of a Major League Baseball's team's fantasy league. I'm in one. I've been in one now for about 5 years. So I know what the stakes are. I know what the chatting is. I've seen all of this before. An active participant still to this day. And I'm also an active participant in a league with former Major League Baseball players where the stakes are pretty high too. I mean, I would take it back. The stakes in that one are probably about like 500, so it's not that much. but the
Okay.
stakes in the current, like, active Major League Baseball one that I do play in is significant. So I understand the nature of this, and I understand why this gets so much attention. But Orlando, what I would wonder is, it's like, did Tommy Pham just sort of seal his fate in Major League
Yeah.
Baseball? Like, I
Yeah.
mean, like, just basically outing the amount of money and what goes on in these leagues. Like, I mean, he's going to be a free agent again at the end of the season. And Big O, they love playing fantasy football, and it's like all of
Yeah.
a sudden now it's like, oh my gosh, now that everyone knows that we have these high stakes involved.
Which,
So
by
I
the
am
way,
curious.
if it wasn't fantasy, they're gambling about something else, dude. If it's not dominoes or something, you and I have been going into clubhouses for years. They gamble
Cards.
all the time, dude. It's kind of what they do. Baseball players have so much damn time on their
That's
hands
right.
that's what they do. A lot of is gambling, like you said, cards and anything else, man. You know, they're probably gambling on who can spit their chew farthest or something, dude. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff that they do. That's who they are. But yeah, he is going to be a bit of a pariah.
I think so.
He kind of went Will Smith, and so yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah,
he did.
yeah.
He
I don't
did.
think it's listen, the slap is obviously, like, just absolute stupidity. But beyond that, my bigger concern is, again, is you have 30 teams, you have 30 fantasy leagues, and let's just use Major League Baseball as the example. I can't speak for every team because I don't know, but let's just say the buy-in is $1,000. Let's use it at that. I mean, like, it's not a lot of money for them. For some people, it's not a lot of money,
Chump
maybe
change
for
for
us
them.
either. But it sort of opens that door. Like, wait a second, like, wait. So
Right.
you're telling me that every team is throwing down 12 grand, 15 grand into a fantasy league I mean, and that's where Tommy, I don't know that he was really thinking this through because,
Well, hey,
you know,
listen, as long as it's not fantasy baseball, that would have been the real killer right there. So at least it's
no.
fantasy football.
I don't think that's egregious at all. Just playing football, but again, the fact that this comes out to the
Yeah.
light, where it's like sort of like he said, like Peterson broke the code. I mean, I think Tommy Pham broke the code. Like, man,
Yes.
like, just keep that down the line. Like, all of a sudden, are we going to start seeing the team names of all the Major League Baseball players coming out? Trust me, no one wants to see those, Orlando.
No,
You
you
do not
should
want to
have
see what
had
they
your
name their teams. You do not want to
exactly.
see
Have
that.
your issue behind the scenes, not in front of everybody. Yeah, I completely agree with you on that one. All right, so I'm going to do something with you, and I want Marlins fans out there to ride with me on this, because I'm not doing this thing where I'm bringing you on every week and asking you, why aren't the Marlins doing this or that? They are what they are, and
Right.
we can't do anything about that. So we're basically going to talk baseball about them, okay?
Okay.
But to kind of break the ice and get it over with,
Mhm.
okay, after everything you've seen now with this new group with Sherman,
Mhm.
we clearly look at the team. They don't have enough hitting. Will Kim Eng get the checkbook that she deserves so we can actually judge her overall? Or are we just trying to catch lightning in a bottle like the Royals did several years ago, and so did the Marlins in 03, that you get a whole bunch of young guys and you get them all in one time and you only sprinkle in a couple of veterans and you're able to get over the hump? Is that what we're waiting for overall for this ownership, or will they spend when it's all said and done?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that they proved to a degree that they will spend. Like, if we go back and play a little revisionist in the off season, and look, Miami, it's the strangest thing because Miami is a big market in terms of media, but in terms of baseball, it is a bottom market because of the attendance. So if we just simply judged on this off season alone, and asked if it was enough as far as the finances, and obviously I value your opinion, so you could tell me. But they gave Sandy Alcantara $50 million in a contract
Right.
extension. They
Awesome.
gave Avisel Garcia $50 million in a 4-year contract, approximately, somewhere along those lines. They guaranteed Jorge Soler $36 million in a 3-year contract. He has some opt-outs. That's definitely clear. He could leave, and then that could be nothing. So between those 3 signings, Did that make the Marlins a World Series contender? No, but then they made some trades. They got a new catcher from the Pirates. They got Joey Wendell from Tampa Bay. So the team that they put on the field, I think in terms of like just general estimation, said they should be competitive. Maybe they have a chance to be 500. Maybe they have a chance to be a little bit better than 500. And none of those things have happened thus far this season. So I don't know, Orlando, that it's necessarily a financial thing, because to me, if you said that they were going to hand out two $50 million contracts and another for $36 million and then make a couple trades, I would have said, oh, all right, that gets them competitive. But the question is, why are they not competitive after doing all that? Like, I think that is sort of like, you look at other teams, like the Reds didn't spend anything and the Guardians didn't spend anything outside of extending Ramirez. Like, a lot of teams are just going the other way. The Marlins are trying to win, but it seems like they just did not do enough. So I don't know if that comes down to spending more money again, or it comes down to making a better trade or acquiring a player.
Yeah, that because Garcia doesn't, he's all right. And then the Soler thing, it's really not he doesn't have this large window of success. It's a short window of success that he's had, and you're kind of like hoping he can recapture it. You know what I mean? And so far, he's been, you know what I mean? But
he's pretty much been what you would think. I mean, and at the end of the season, if Soler finishes the year with Miami, I think that has to be a question mark at this point. But if he finishes the year with them, Orlando, he's going to hit 35 home runs for the Marlins. Yeah. I mean, he's not going to have any runs driven in because no one's getting on base, but he's going to hit 35 home runs for them, then maybe 40. He's going to be among the National League leaders. The other guy is the concern. The other one, Avisail Garcia, is a concern, clearly.
Yeah.
With the
that's I just don't think they had enough offense from the get-go. That was my only issue. You were going to need a bunch of young guys to really start to shine and to kind of get through there. And let me tell you, I love watching their pitching. I think they've got a bunch of young guys there, a bunch of young arms. Obviously, Jazz is as entertaining as it gets to watch too. He's fun to watch. So it's not like I don't enjoy watching them. I just want them to have a little bit more success, because if they actually brought that success up, that's when your attendance is going to go up, because that's how you're rewarded in this town, dude. Until you make the commitment, people will not make the commitment and follow up on that. So, and I want to get through this, because I'm not doing this every week with you, because it's not going to be any fun then. You know what I mean?
Losing, it will not be fun. Yeah.
Huh?
If they're losing a lot, it will not be fun.
Yeah. Right. It won't be fun. And it's kind of a broken record already. You know what I mean? And what impressions do you get from Bruce Sherman? Do you get the impression that he really wants to win, or he wants to just kind of get by? How are the finances? When you talk about the overall finances they get from Major League Baseball, they're still cutting profits, right?
Listen, Bruce Sherman wants to win. He is, in my opinion, not in this to just like flip the team or do anything like that. I think that he's probably going to be the owner for the Marlins for a long time, if I had a guess. I don't think that at his age, Orlando, that you buy a Major League Baseball team to do anything except win. Like, I mean, what would be the point for Bruce Sherman, 5-10 years from now, being 80 years old, you're still trying to, make $1.10. So I think that obviously, based on what happened in the offseason with the money that they spent, you get the idea as to how much they're willing to go. I don't think that that's going to change significantly, but I think that the judgment inevitably is going to have to start now, because Bruce Sherman, he writes the checks in the end, right? Like, he's the principal owner, so he writes the checks. But Derek Jeter, Orlando, is the one making all the decisions for this organization the last 4 years. Every single decision is made. Basically, like, I'm the CEO, and this is what I want to do, and you write the check, and that's kind of how it went. Like, for the last 4 years, until all of a sudden, that was done. We're like, we're not gonna
now, why was it done? Was it that Jeter wanted to spend more money and they weren't willing, or what in the end ended the relationship?
Yeah, I mean, it's very complicated. There's obviously always, when things end, there's going to be he said, she said. There's going to be personal things back and forth. I think that their personal relationship probably soured, if I had to guess. My other guess would be that in terms of the money that was spent, I know some people speculated that. I personally don't think that a player or two that Derek Jeter wanted because they weren't signed would have caused him to leave the job. I think that's kind of silly when you think about it, Orlando. I mean, think about it. Derek Jeter's making $5 million a year to be the CEO of the Marlins and owned 4% of a Major League Baseball franchise. So you're telling me that because they were not going to sign Nick Castellanos, he just was basically willing to give away Orlando a $5 million salary per season and 4% ownership? No. So, look, they did not succeed. Big O, they did not succeed on the field. They did not win games.
No,
they were
didn't.
not in a position to win games. Are more people going to the games right now than there were before? No. Do they have more sponsorship?
You can't keep bragging about your minor leagues, bro. It's Major League Baseball, not minor league baseball.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. But we see that the one thing that was done under the Jeter watch the last few years, you did reload the minors now. You do have more talent in the minors now. You have more of a canvas to work with now. Question is, what are you going to do with all these young pieces, and how many of them can possibly develop into stars?
Right. I think I think that point that you made there, I personally think is failure is a strong word, but that was the mistake of the off season. I think that's where the mistake was made, because the Marlins, what I think they had to do, I think they had to recognize that the pieces that they got were good. You could not have predicted Avisail Garcia to be the worst hitter in Major League Baseball. Impossible to predict that. Okay. So, but again, you had to say, well, this guy could get hurt. This guy, let's go over the top. Let's use some of these assets that we have cultivated and developed in our system, and let's get rid of them. And let's get a proven star, a Major League Baseball player that we know can play every single day, that we can, advertise as our guy, and basically try to win. Let's go right now. And they didn't do it, man. And they didn't do it. And they sort of like, okay, let's get Soler, let's put Garcia, let's get Joey Wendell. He's a nice player. Let's fortify the catcher position. And I think that they didn't go far enough with that. And so I know a lot of people want to see prospects come up and succeed within the system, but there's just a huge deficiency, Orlando, because all their prospects really have been on the pitching side, not the hitting side. And I don't think that right now, like if you said, could they pluck someone after 4 years in the minor leagues and bring them up and succeed right now? I don't think so. It's scary. So what they needed to do.
Where's Blade? Isn't this like 3 years now?
Yeah, he's getting better, but still does not look Major League ready. And kids in his class are coming up and playing, and he is not.
Yeah.
So I mean, I like the rest of their draft. I mean, every pitcher they've drafted looks like a star. But I think they needed to make a deal. I think they needed to make a painful deal where you would bring me on something like this and say, how could they trade this guy and that guy and that guy? But then they would have a star player that would hold the fort down. So now here's where they're at. Wendell's hurt. He's on the injured list again. Probably going to miss the whole month, Orlando. We already missed most of last month. Boom, he's gone. Brian Anderson's on the injured list. They placed him on the injured list 10 minutes ago. Boom, he's gone too. So it's like you're sort of right back where you were. Injuries are going to happen. And now they're not as strong as they thought they were. So it's a challenge for sure.
All right, let me bounce around a little bit. I was watching a little Yankees and Angels last night, and I could throw the Angels in the mix. Yeah. They haven't won since 2009. Okay, which that's when George was kind of already on the way out, unfortunately.
Yankees
and the Yanks, and so, but they're kicking some serious ass right now. So is it real or is it Memorex, Astros, Twins, Rays, Red Sox, even Angels? Is there a challenger out there, or are the Yankees for real finally? Because those Yankee fans have been waiting for a long time, and I've never looked at after the old man passed away. I never looked at the rest of the family the same way. They don't run that team with the fire the old man did. The old man wanted to win no matter. Say what you want about George, but he wanted to win. He didn't care how he got there. He tried to do whatever he had to do to win. The rest of the family doesn't think like that, and that's probably why you haven't had better results since 2009. But the Yankees are kicking some ass now. Real or Memorex?
Yeah, no, they're definitely a legitimate contender, and a lot of it, will be determined when the postseason comes. It's crazy to think that we already, and this is a scary thought. They even added teams to the postseason this year, Orlando, and we kind of know who they are already. I mean, that's kind of rare. We're sitting here in June, and we can kind of pluck the field out there. Um, but regardless of what you want to say about cheating, and regardless of what you want to say about the past, the Astros, Orlando, are an incredible organization. It is, I mean, to continually lose stars, Correa and Springer. I mean, you take those two guys off any Major League Baseball team, you would say, oh, Astros ready to rebuild. It's unbelievable. They get this. They basically let Correa go because they like this kid Jeremy Pena at shortstop. Everyone's like, "Who is this guy?" Comes in. I mean, strong rookie of the year candidate. Looks fantastic. Their window just never ends. Yordan Alvarez. This guy's a DH. 30 home runs. Kyle Tucker, 30 home runs. It's just whatever they're doing. I mean, people give the Rays a lot of credit for the success they had. Houston is right there, and Verlander looks like he did 3 years ago. And what's going to happen? They're going to add guys in July too. So Houston and New York, Orlando, for me, are the favorites. And from a wagering perspective, betting, I would take Houston. I mean, I think that team is going right back where they were again.
Yeah, they kind of proved last year that they were going to be resilient after all that shit, and they had a really good year. Okay, on the NL side. The Dodgers are on a roll. So what is it? Mets obviously dominating our division.
Yep.
Braves, Brewers. You tell me who's going to challenge them?
Yeah. So the Dodgers will win the division, and most likely you would guess that the Padres and Giants will both make it in some way. Giants are sort of hard to figure again, but they just keep winning somehow. Kapler clearly is a good manager. I know he got ran out of Philadelphia. He's obviously doing a good job there. Their GM and President Farhan Zaidi came over from the Dodgers. Giants never rebuilt. Think about that, Orlando. Every team rebuilds. The Giants took 1 year off. They're back winning again. It's crazy.
Yeah.
St. Louis, going to be very aggressive at the trade deadline too. They're calling up young kids like it's out of style. Pez, Gorman, Liberatore. Cardinals are good. Brewers are very interesting, but they've lost now a couple of guys to injury, so we're going to have to watch that. Woodruff on the injured list, their starting pitcher. And Wandy Peralta or Willie.
But they're not gone for the year, right? That's not
it's significant for them. And then in the East, I mean, look, something crazy is going to happen with the Mets at some point. You could pretty much predict it every year, but they've gotten off to this huge lead that they'd have to completely fall apart. And even though Atlanta's lost the last couple of nights, I still
that's what I thought it was going to be the Braves division, and the Mets have been just
can't rule out the Braves. You cannot rule out the Braves, but I think that in terms of like disappointing teams, I think in the Marlins division, I think Philadelphia is. Texas Texas spent a lot of money too, but Philadelphia is probably the most disappointing team in baseball this year. I would say
they've been spending money the last few years,
crazy.
And they just can't get it right, bro. I mean, that's got to be frustrating. Like, we're frustrated here that we don't spend money. They've been spending a lot of money the last couple of years, and they can't get it right in Philadelphia. That is screwed up, man. All right, tell them about swings and misses.
Sure. So, a couple of things that I do right now. I'll actually start with Sports Grid because I'm on the air every day. In fact, I'm up on the top of the hour. You were just talking the business of sports, which had me curious because that's the show that I'm doing every day at 2:00 Eastern for Sports Grid. It's called Newswire. And we talk about crypto. We talk about sports betting and the growth of it around the country and business deals that teams have. It's a new venture for me, but I'm really enjoying it. That's at 2:00 every day. And then I host a fantasy show at 11 a.m. So I have this gap of time that I'm able to talk to you. And then the Swings and Mishes podcast is based around the Miami Marlins. It's been, honestly, Orlando, a labor of love. Started off real hot, got a lot of sponsors. And then, year after year, it's been tough, man. Like, they're just not winning. Yeah. It's harder and harder for me to do these things with all the other things I have going on, but trying to stay consistent as much as I can with it. And we're usually going about once a week or once every other week. I would tell you that we will have a very big episode tomorrow because someone, and I don't want to get too far into it because got to get it all confirmed, but someone from the Marlins front office is going to be on my podcast tomorrow. So I know that so many people are going to have questions. I'm going to try to get all of those answered tomorrow.
All right. So there you go. Got to tune in to Swings and Mishes tomorrow, baby. Follow him on Twitter at Craig Mish. And now you can catch them every week here in the batter's box, baby, on Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. Craig, as always, thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Welcome to the family. Thank you for taking some time.
No, of course. I look. I mean, I feel like you and I have been linked doing this. You mentioned. I mean, I feel like it's probably been about 20, 25 years that we've been
Easy.
doing things, together. So proud of everything that you've been able to accomplish, and
Thank you, bro.
and all of
You
the
too.
history of South Florida media. You could say who's better, who's this, who's that. There has been nobody that has worked harder at their craft than you, and all the
Thank
time
you,
that I've been here. So congratulations.
Thank you, brother. And this has actually been one of the more satisfying things I've ever done because
Awesome.
it's just, there's all the freedom is all ours, and we get to talk about all of our local teams, and people can catch us on their phones anywhere in the world. So it's really cool being able to connect with South Florida fans all over the world, and I'm so glad we're able to add, obviously, you to the family and be able to talk a little baseball. And I know, baseball and soccer and hockey are the ones that are not as loved, but it's up to them to do their parts so we can kind of get them over the hump there. You know what I'm saying? But
Absolutely.
but we
Listen,
definitely.
I thought everyone was saying the Panthers were going to play for the championship or win the championship, and and that did not happen. So
I know.
no, I definitely think we have a bright future. All of the South Florida teams seem to be somewhat compelling, but it does seem like that last hurdle needs to be climbed for all the teams. So
because we can be a baseball town, but you got to do your part, bro. You got to make it entertaining for people to go and keep stars around and have kids grow up. One thing I give credit to the Panthers is kids have been able to grow up with Barkov, Huberto, and Ekblad. So there was a generation, something that we're never able to do. Heat and Dolphin fans, they get to do that all the damn time. That they get to see a couple of 2, 3, 4, 5 players that are going to be there forever for their teams, and they get to identify. And I think it's so important that we get to see Jazz Chisholm finish his career here or close to it, and Sandy, and that's how the Marlins will start to really build a tradition, is by keeping names around that a kid can grow up watching Sandy every 5 days for the next 12 years and say, that's my guy, bro, and that's we don't have enough Marlins fans that can say that, because it's been kind of like our town, very transient.
it is. But you know what? I'll leave you with this. The new ownership group, and now Derek Jeter's moved on, but and Bruce Sherman does, I believe, has some South Florida ties, but he comes from the west coast of Florida, but is a big had been a big Marlins fan for a long time. They really they understand, but they really don't, because they haven't seen it. They haven't lived here. And so when I've had conversations with people in the organization, I'm like, show me one season of you winning like 90 games, going to the postseason, hosting postseason games in Marlins Park, and you'll have your answer. The fans, I believe the fans will show up. And I think that will change things. But how can you expect them to come until that happens? Like, you can't.
It will not happen, because it's been year after year that you've beaten them down, bro.
Just do it once.
Do
it once.
Exactly.
Not 2020 when it's 60-game season and nobody could go to any of the games anyway. I was there, but no fans could go. That was a shame. But host a postseason game, win a postseason game, and they'll fill that thing up. 30,000 people will be there. But you got to do that first. And then if that doesn't happen, come back at me and tell me at that point that it didn't work, and I'll agree. But I believe a winner comes.
Next time you have a conversation with them, tell them, hey, go to the record books. See who owns postseason record attendance. That's all you need to do.
70 grand.
Right. It was a football stadium, and we filled it up.
They filled it up.
Because that's who we are. If you make it entertaining and make it an event, you don't have to win the championship. And that year they won the championship. Great. But the Heat don't win the championship every year, dude. You know what I mean? And the Dolphins still get support. I know they're living off their tradition, but they are also living off that every year they're making a move for Tyreek Hill, and they're making a move for that coach.
There's a feeling it could happen.
They're trying, exactly. They haven't been able to put the right combination together, but it's not from a lack of, no, we'll bring Saban, we'll bring Parcells, we'll bring Jimmy Johnson, we'll sign this player, we'll trade for that guy, we'll sign Ndamukong, whatever, and you keep doing it, so at least you're giving your fans some hope, and I think that's what the Marlins need to do. They got to cross that threshold. They do that, and we fill that place up, man.
All right, Orlando.
All right, baby. I know you got to go. We will catch up next week, Craig. You
Okay,
be good.
be well. Have a great show.
You got it. All right, time. That is the Batter's Box with Craig Mish.
You've been listening to the Batter's Box with MLB and Marlins insider Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, homeowners, or condo property damage, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation at 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLA.com. Download any episode by subscribing to our podcast at Big O Radio Show on most platforms.
All righty. John says, do you remember about 5 years ago, one of the members of the Marlins ownership called 560 and you would be wrong about the Marlins spending money? When have they spent money? I haven't spent any money. I've been right the entire time about it. It's not spending money, bro. They're not spending money. They spent a little cash, but that's nothing like what they really need to do. They don't do what they really need to do. Go out. And by the way, my discussion was several years ago, and it wasn't somebody from Marlins ownership that came on. If I remember correctly, it was Marcus Lemonis. And Marcus Lemonis and I had a disagreement because I was not a fan of ownership groups with 4, 5, 10, 15, in this case, people. And that's what the argument was about. I said, I want a family. I want a man or a woman owning the team. I just want one person that writes the checks or a family that owns the team. And they're all filthy rich, that to them, this is a toy. That's when you have the right owners. The right owners are the ones that the team is a toy. You know how you and I play fantasy football or basketball or baseball or whatever? Same thing. But when you've got 15 people that have to own the team, that means there's not enough money in the pot. And so what I said 5 years ago, when they bought the team, I don't like big ownerships. If you remember it, John Santos, maybe you don't, but that's exactly what happened. And it was Marcus Lemonis, actually, that I had on the show. So, because he was, a little more, because he was going more for the Jeter, name and all that other stuff, like a lot of people. And he'll have no. I learned my lesson with Viner and company with the Panthers. I think that was like 5 dudes that own the Panthers, and they didn't have money. I mean, they have money compared to a schmuck like me. Obviously, all those 5 guys are filthy rich compared to my loser ass. But them to own a team, they weren't rich enough. That's why you needed 5 dudes. If you need 5 dudes and then 5 dudes have got to make the money call and 5 dudes got to make decisions, that's not going to happen. And so the Panthers didn't have enough to get over the hump. In comes Viola Sifu. Guess what? It's a toy. Now, it's a serious toy for Viola and Sifu, but it's a toy because they're worth billions. So they can, build an extra rink here, build an extra rink over there, and they can buy all these players and all that because they got money. Mickey Harrison, the Miami Heat, it's a toy. His shipping company, his cruise company is 100 times worth more than anything that in basketball. So, it's a toy. That's what you want as an owner. Jorge Mas has got more money than God. Now, I know they have a cap there, and so it kind of puts a crimp on what he's trying to do, but it ain't got like Jorge Mas is ever going to lack any money to run the soccer team. Or if he had the baseball team. You get it? That's what I would have wanted. So that was the discussion 5 years ago, 4 years ago when they took over, that I wasn't a fan of this. And 5 years later, John, where are we? Asvel Garcia, bro, really? Soler? Is that 5 years late? It took 5 years to spend money on that? Really? So no, they still have yet to spend. And everything I said 5 years ago, right on target, dude. Give me a man, give me a woman, give me a family. Outside of that, I don't want any other kind of ownership groups. Once we start getting to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people or 15 like the Marlins have, you don't have enough money. That's what that tells me. And so that just doesn't work. I'm not a fan of it. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope Sherman figures it out, but they're several years in and they're not even close to doing what they need to do. I mean, you said you were going to retool the team. Well, you're 4 years in already of retooling. What more do you want? Where's the winning going to come? What are you? You're 19-27. You're not in last place because Washington is that bad. In my opinion, the Marlins have traded away so many big-time players. None was bigger than Miggy. That hurt me to this day. Yeah, well, he's a Hall of Famer. They traded away a Hall of Famer. Yeah. Big O, I just got my tickets to Chicago. Now going to look into the Chargers game. Those are my 2 road games this year. Nice. Nice. Levine is a nice SF that plays D and rebounds around the rim. Plus, he can create. Oh, Zach Levine you're talking about? I think the most money the Marlins have ever spent was signing Jose Reyes. Hunter says, I love Max Strus. Well, you should. All right, we are out of here. I think we've done enough today. We thank Craig Mish. We thank Jordan Schultz, Anthony Chang, Matt Verderam, Ira Winderman, Clay Ferraro. Got a little gas there. Of course, Sean Stanley mastering this thing every single day. We thank all of you for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Love you all.